terms of the quality options on Twitch, so I might need to turn off and turn on again. If you're watching on the VOD, you'll of course only ever see the one that turned out, and that's this one here. So I hope you're all having a very good evening. I've actually managed to sort of start on time. It's within my window at least. I really feel like I need to sneeze, so there may be an awkward silence while I do that. And what else do I have to say? I'm really looking forward to doing this. And I will load up the game momentarily. I just need to get the rest of my details sorted out. I talked a little bit about... So let's build it up just in terms of where we are with the stream, where we are with the games that I'm playing. I do apologize to those of you who are watching the VOD, because I know this isn't... Like, I don't know about you, but like when I watch YouTube, I really get annoyed by the eternal preamble. I'm really bad for that. But for the purposes of a live broadcast, it's really helpful, because I know that there are some people who want to watch this. There are going to be a number of cases where, especially because I've been pretty inconsistent with some of my start times the last few days, it's nice to give people a chance to come in. I do apologize for Monday's cast, for instance, where I fell asleep and basically woke up around the time after when I would normally be ending. And I still did a broadcast, but it was very clear that, nobody who normally normally expects me on the Monday was there. And I think they quite reasonably thought I wasn't broadcasting. And I always feel bad when I do that, because I think the very least that I can do, I do need to have time for myself on some things, but at the very least I can telegraph that. So if you are here looking for Cultist Simulator, just a quick reminder that I'm in a little bit of a transition mode right now. So I've really been missing the chance to spend some quality time with some games really consistently. And one of the things, so there's two things that have shifted that. One is the fact that I have the dedicated Paradox Day, and then of course a dedicated Wednesday for Cultist Simulator. Now, Cultist Simulator is the one that I've sort of pushed the hardest on for a while, at least on the Paradox days. There's a little bit of a changing rotation of games. And it's also very clear that there is an appetite for Cultist Simulator on YouTube. And so I have been hoping to try and grow and make YouTube a little bit more of a... like something that where the people who watch on YouTube are getting something that was made for them, as opposed to a recording of the older episodes. And again, I hope that what this is that this actually makes both parties happy, which is that the people who like watching my live stuff are going to enjoy, seeing me kind of be a little bit more consistent with some games. Some examples of games that I think would improve from that would be Six Ages, which is a wonderful game, and one that I had these very large gaps between things. Oh, that's very nice of you to say, DC Seth. That's easy for me, because it means that however I do the formats, I have an easy time. It also means that this long preamble while people file in will not be totally unwelcome. Thanks for stopping by. So there will still be Cultist Simulator. I still need to start recording them. I'm trying to get a number loaded up so that if there's a busy week, I can still sort of keep a proper cadence of uploads. The channel will still have these broadcasts, so if you like longer stuff, you'll still probably get 2, 3, maybe 4 hours out of these games here. But it does mean that for my broadcasts, Wednesdays and Fridays, not always, but it's going to be more likely I'm playing the same game, so I can kind of go through, experience it, and move on to the next thing. And if the issue with Crusader Kings 3 is sort of a sign of things to come, that means I will also decouple the Paradox Day. And at that point, I'll be thinking a little bit about how I can do games that people are interested in seeing, to make sure that people aren't left behind in terms of what they want to watch, and still do something that lets me enjoy what I'm playing. So Mass Effect 3. I talked about this a little bit in Mass Effect 2, but there was a long period of time where I didn't have a gaming computer. I had sort of gone out to find my fortune in the film industry, and at the start it was an affordability question, and then when I'd established myself, it was a time question. And I was primarily a Mac user at that point, so it's not that there isn't gaming on Mac, but very clearly the options available are limited. And in fact, I really haven't had much of a console, except for I had a Wii for a while, and then I now have an Xbox. Is it Xbox One? I guess whatever the thing that's about to be replaced. I actually quite like it. But it's I've always liked gaming, but there's definitely been this period where I had a big gap, and that gap sort of got addressed by the fact that I had a friend that moved across the country, and they didn't really think their computer, it was kind of out of date, and because they were getting a new job, they were going to buy a new one anyway, so they didn't see much point in lugging that thing across the country. And they gifted it to me and said that maybe I'd be interested in checking out gaming. This is somebody who knew me in high school too, so they knew that I was a bit of a gamer, and like we were having conversations, and I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I don't know if it was the first one, but I played Mass Effect 2 and could not believe what games were like. I was primarily a multiplayer gamer at the when I knew that friend, and this big space opera. Imagine that you'd never really played sort of a big modern game with updated graphics before, and you'd never really played anything with a story. I mean, like I'd played Half-Life, right? So it's not like I'd never seen a story game before. But even then, like Half-Life is primarily a first-person shooter. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was so exciting to play the game. So I went back. I actually played Mass Effect 1 for the first time on stream. Then I did number 2 again. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think I saw a couple of different things that I hadn't seen in Mass Effect 2 before. And there's always sort of been this anticipation that number 3 would be coming up. I think most people who are familiar with me playing number 2 would I probably forgot that I'm due for number 3, but I've never played this. I mean, I'm familiar with people being unhappy about the ending. In fact, what's so funny is while I was playing Mass Effect 2, most of the foot traffic I got for the channel was people coming in complaining about the third game, and it's like, I'm playing number 2. I'm playing the one you think is the good one. I don't have any opinions about it because I haven't experienced it yet. But I think, as tends to be the case, I have a feeling that probably the reaction is maybe disproportionate to the offense, if I can even call it that. The one thing I do regret is I understand that apparently there was an iOS app called Galaxy at War where you could sort of change the main game based on your actions in that. Apparently there's a web app for this now, so I did log into that, but I think it takes time to have the effects come in. So this might change in between playthroughs, but I'm really looking forward to this. I quite like the series. Um, it's definitely very different from the sort of thing that I'm used to. So I don't mind stories in games, but do you have the extended? I have whatever. So I've got this through Origin. Um, it's showing. I've got a browser up, but I guess you guys can't see what's in here. Um, Let me take a minute here and see. It is like I'm super stoked about EA. Oh, it's not called EA Origin Access anymore. It's called EA Play Pro. Um, Extended cut. So yes, I have that active. Apparently, the stuff that takes BioWare points, I don't have. So it actually looks like there's quite a few things that I don't have here. Huh. You know what? I'm sorry to do this, guys. But DC Seth makes a good point here that looks like there's some content that I don't have yet. So I know I'm 10 minutes in. I've kind of given everybody a chance to come in, but I do see a couple things here that say get it free. So let me just take a minute to load up and make sure that the stuff that I don't already have in the account is enabled. It shouldn't take me too long. And I mean, this is stuff I can do on my own too, but it seems to be just as easy to load this in now. The other thing I'm really looking forward to on this one is I've had the Mass Effect 2 save like ready to go on my computer for like specifically so that I can do number 3. So I can finally free up the space by uninstalling it once I get everything ready to go. Okay, looks like we only have 2 more left. I think most of it's cosmetics or weapon multiplayer pack. Yeah, it looks like a lot of it is the sort of stuff that I could get by without it. But on the odd chance, the fact that it's installed something new says that at the very least there is there's at least one piece of content that I've just put on that didn't come with what I did. Actually, then again, come to think of it, I probably did buy Mass Effect 3 at some point, and I've got like an upgrade for it. Anyways, I'm almost done installing. By the way, so I believe the Microsoft Game Pass subscription has gone up in price. If it hasn't, you might want to lock in your price for. I mean, you can't really lock it in; it's going to go up no matter what. But apparently, if you like cancel it, and it'll offer to like renew it at the current price or whatever. For me, EA Play Pro is like this is the best thing that could have happened. I actually have to go out of my way to play something that's not an EA game because of this. I love this subscription service so much because it's not just EA games. The library has got a ton of stuff that people have recommended. So stuff like This Is the Police, 2 Point Hospital, Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning is in there. Sinking City, in fact, it was one of the few places you can get the Sinking City right now. Surge 2. Obviously, Command & Conquer Remastered and Rocket Arena. Those are 2 EA titles, though. Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. Even Worms WMD. I mean, there's a ton of really good stuff in there. But if you are interested in maybe not the brand new stuff, so like maybe if the Star Wars games don't really appeal to you, Microsoft's definitely sweetened the pot by adding the basic level of EA Play into their subscription service. And given the fact that I have the Xbox, it's actually very tempting for me to get sort of the full package It'll give me my beloved NHL. Um, but I would say those are really those are the gold standards of subscription services. I don't see the value in Uplay Plus. I think if you are like a maniac for Ubisoft games, you can probably you could justify the purchase, but it's more expensive. And I think Ghost Recon really taught us that, like, if Ubisoft sort of stumbles on a release, the value of that subscription service is really questionable. So, like, Watch Dogs Legion is almost certainly going to be awesome. Ghost Recon Breakpoint was decidedly not. I tried the beta, I tried a free weekend. I could not get into that. And I'm one of the people who like Wildlands. But if you love Ubisoft stuff, I mean, if you love Siege, if you love Division 2, and I actually quite like Division 2, it makes sense because you'll always have the best version of that game. But given the price point, it's actually kind of hard to argue that it's less than if you just bought the game that you'd like. Like, you kind of have to like multiple Ubisoft titles or believe that the pipeline is strong enough to keep going through. The thing that I like about EA Play and EA Play Pro, I originally got it for Anthem. Now, I'm actually okay with Anthem, but it's clearly not the thing that keeps me coming back. So even EA had a stumble on this one, but Jedi Fallen Order, Command and Conquer, even, like I said, the EA Origin, the what do they call it? It's their indie label, EA Originals. So Fee and A Way Out, Sea of Solitude, all those you can access as well, and they're great games. But the most important thing is like, let's say that EA didn't release anything that I like within the next year, because they have titles that are from third parties. So I play Frostpunk on it, I play 2 Point Hospital, that sort of stuff. It's enough to tide me over while I wait for the next big release, which will probably be Star Wars Squadrons. Similarly, the Microsoft offering. Microsoft has definitely been bringing the big guns in terms of their studio acquisitions and what they're putting inside of that pass. But if the Microsoft stuff doesn't speak to you, if maybe you're not that interested in the Hellblade sequel, or if Wasteland 3 isn't your kind of thing, again, you've got plenty of other options in terms of the other games that they've put on those. So I'm a huge fan of these services, and I know I'm a humble affiliate, but to be honest with you, I just don't think the Humble Trove is worth it compared to what you could get even with the base EA Play option. So DC Set says, on the top of your head there's Leviathan, Citadel, Prothean, DLC for extra story stuff, but you don't remember if there's anything else. You get those subscriptions every now and then when you feel like playing some of the games, but you never keep it running month after month. Yeah, well, this is the big thing, right? This is the nice thing about those. I definitely tend to be the sort of person who, where I can, I like to do the annual version of things, because I sort of budget everything out over the course of the year, and if you pay in advance, you kind of get like the discount, right? And for me, it takes a lot. I don't actually own the Microsoft Game Pass yet. I think it's one of these things I'm probably gonna pick up. But I'll be honest with you, like the subscription gaming services have been very impressive, and I like how accessible they are making games for people. It doesn't mean I won't buy games again. I definitely won't buy another EA game again. Why would I? The subscription pass is so good. I'll just rent it from them every month. But it's definitely one of these cases where, because I get enough of it in, and particularly because I was worried about the day where maybe it becomes harder for me to get press keys, what's a way that I can keep the content fresh? These subscription services are actually making sure that my expenses in terms of running the cast are quite a bit lower than what they would normally be. Have you never played this before? Shame. Yeah, there's so many things to play. It's huge. Anyways, I really overindulged in the conversation. So it's been a pleasure to chat about this stuff. like I said, it's the first time I'll be playing number 3. I am a little sad that I didn't get to do a bit more with Galaxy at War, but we will be picking up from the previous playthrough, and I'm assuming there will probably be a bit of a recap. So yeah, well, like decent. This is why I haven't bought the Microsoft Pass yet, because I haven't played Red Dead Redemption yet. I've just started it and I'm enjoying it, but like there's as long as I got that to play, you know, why do I need to bring other games inside? Jane Shepherd. Oh yeah, I guess I did pick that one. I think we'll keep with the we'll keep with the everything that we did before. So infiltrators are tech and combat specialists with the unique ability to cloak themselves from visual and technological detection. Their inventory is stacked with a wide variety of weapons, equipment, and powers. Infiltrators are deadly at any range, but particularly so with a sniper rifle. When scoping a target, superior reflexes take over. Time momentarily slows down, and the infiltrator finds an easy picking. Infiltrator powers disruptor ammo, cryo ammo, incinerate, tactical cloak, and sticky grenade. This sounds very quiet. Like it's quiet for me too. Sorry, I'm gonna back out for a second. Okay. I'll boost the gain a little bit on OBS. Just be warned, guys. If the game comes in loud, it's gonna. You may want to keep a hand on your on your volume control. You cannot make changes to your character after this point. Well, that's fine.
How bad is it?
Bad. We just lost contact with 2 of our deep space outposts. There's something massive on long-range scanners.
Is this what Shepard warned us about?
I'd stake my life on it.
How long do we have?
Not long. I sent word. The fleet's immobilizing.
God help us all.
In 2157, humanity discovered that it was not alone in the universe. 30 years later, they found a peaceful place among dozens of galactic species, but this idyllic future is overshadowed by a dark past. Reapers, a sentient race of machines responsible for cleansing the galaxy of all organic life every 50,000 years, are about to return. The leaders of the galaxy are paralyzed by indecision, unable to accept the legend of the Reapers as fact. But one soldier has seen the legend come to life, and now the galaxy depends on her. Now it seems too loud. Oh, that's a nice touch.
Commander.
You're not supposed to call me that anymore, James.
Not supposed to salute you either. We gotta go. The Defense Committee wants to see you.
Sounds important.
She looks very different from how I had her in Mass Effect 2.
What's going on?
Couldn't say. Just told me they needed you. Now.
Anderson?
Admiral?
You look good, Shepard. Maybe a little soft around the edges. How you holding up since being relieved from duty?
It's not so bad once you get used to the hot food and soft beds.
We'll get it sorted out.
What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry?
Admiral Hackett's mobilizing the fleets. I'm guessing word's made it to Alliance Command. Something big's headed our way.
The Reapers?
We don't know. Not for certain.
What else could it be?
If I knew that.
It's the Reapers, and we're not ready for them, not by a long shot.
Tell that to the defense committee.
Unless we're planning to talk the Reapers to death, the committee is a waste of time.
They're just scared. None of them have seen what you've seen. You faced down a Reaper. Hell, you spoke to one, then blew the damn thing up. You've seen how they harvest us, what they plan to do to us. You know more about this enemy than anyone.
That way they grounded me, took away my ship.
You know that's not true. The shit you've done, any other soldier would have been tried, court-martialed, and discharged. It's your knowledge of the Reapers that kept that from happening.
That and your good word.
Yeah, I trust you, Shepard. And so does the committee.
I'm just a soldier, Anderson. I'm no politician.
I don't need you to be either. I just need you to do whatever the hell it takes to help us stop the Reapers.
They're expecting you to, Admiral.
Good luck in there, Shepard.
Anderson? Shepard.
Ashley?
Lieutenant Commander, how'd it go in there?
I can never tell with them. I'm just waiting for orders now.
Lieutenant Commander?
You hadn't heard.
No. I'm a bit out of the loop these days.
Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to keep you out of the loop.
Is the volume okay? It looks all right on my bar here, but I want to make sure I don't do it. Also, I apologize for the lack of subtitles. As soon as I get to like a main gameplay part, I will turn those on. So.
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Yeah, I guess I did. Still, good to see you.
Admiral,
Come on.
Thanks, Ed Baver. Yeah, I don't like talking over.
You know the commander?
I used to.
I don't like talking over dialogue if I can. Good day to you too, Ed Baver.
Admiral Anderson. Shepard.
What's the situation?
We were hoping you would tell us.
the reports coming in are unlike anything we've seen. Whole colonies have gone dark. We've lost contact with everything beyond the Soul Relay.
Whatever this is, it's incomprehensibly powerful.
You brought me here to confirm what you already know. The Reapers are here.
Then, how do we stop them?
Stop them. This isn't about strategy or tactics. This is about survival. The Reapers are more advanced than we are, more powerful, more intelligent. They don't fear us. And they'll never take pity on us.
But there must be some way.
If we're gonna have any chance at surviving this, we have to stand together.
That's it? That's our plan?
Admiral, we've lost contact with Luna Base.
The moon? It couldn't be that close already.
How'd they get past our defenses? Sir, UK headquarters has a visual.
Why haven't we heard from Admiral Hackett?
What do we do?
The only thing we can. We fight or we die.
We should get to the Normandy.
Oh my god.
Shepard! Come on, get up. Here, take this. We've got to get moving. This is Admiral Anderson. Report in, anyone. Lieutenant Commander Williams, is that you? What's your status? I can't raise the Normandy. You'll have to contact me. We'll meet you at the landing zone. Anderson up. They're massive. Come on, Shepard.
All right. I just want to take a quick minute here to see if there's... All right. It's not a lot in quality options, it looks like. And I think we already checked this out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so this is actually a great... check my squad screen. I don't see a squad screen. But yeah, so actually this is not a bad example of this is not a bad example about why this is a different game from what I normally play. I don't mind it when games sort of be movies, but it's very different from what I normally encounter. So like I like something like Civilization where I'm in control and like I sit down and the game tells me to the game says, okay, it's your turn to play, you get to make the decisions. Whereas here it's sort of like, okay, I'm just gonna sit in the background and let the game have the fun for a little while. So I'll check the squad screen when the game tells me to.
Pick us up if we can get to the spaceport. Let's move. Look out! How do you stop something so powerful? Take a running jump. It's farther than it looks.
Oh, that's new.
Come on, let's go. Come on. We'll have to go this way. Looks clear. Let's go. Lieutenant Commander, you read me? I'm patching in Shepard.
We're almost to the Normandy. I've got Lieutenant Vega with me, but we're taking heavy fire.
We're about 5 minutes out. Husks! Take him out! Shoot him! I'm out of ammo. Come on, we gotta move. Have to take these things out the old-fashioned way.
Nope. Oh, that's nice.
Don't let him grab you. Gotta find a way out of here.
So it's not doing a bad job of reacquainting me. This is the thing I was most worried about. I'm guessing this will be locked.
Watch it.
Through this way.
I noticed there was a vent there, so I'm going to assume it's going to introduce some kind of a crawl.
Hey,
It's Newt.
it's okay.
Everyone's dying.
Come here. I need to get you someplace safe. Take my hand.
You can't help me.
Shepard! In here. This is a goddamn mess. Every minute these machines are here, thousands of innocent people die. I won't be responsible.
It's hard enough fighting a war, but it's worse knowing no matter how hard you try, you can't save them all.
Exactly. It's so fast. I thought we'd have more time.
We knew they were coming.
And they still just cut through our defenses. We need to go to the Citadel. Talk to the Council.
The Citadel? The fight's here.
It'll be everywhere soon enough. You said it yourself. The Reapers will destroy everything if we don't stop them. The Council has to help us.
You sure about that?
No, but you're a Council Spectre. That has to count for something. Gotcha!
Thanks. I owe you one.
More than one. Grab some ammo. Reload, let's keep moving.
What's kind of funny here is because of all of the cinematics, the animations here suddenly seem a lot more wooden because of the amount of time that I'm seeing these characters sort of walk around the environment and express themselves physically a little bit more. I don't mind it. Like, I'm definitely not one of these people who wants to nitpick every detail, but it's really interesting. It's really interesting to see the. It's interesting to see the contrast between the two. That basically, because they decided to put a lot in sort of these cinematic areas. So like that's a really good, maybe not, this isn't a cinematic, but not a bad example of how wooden people kind of look by comparison when you're not in control.
You two all right?
Get down, they'll see you.
Keep your head down. Nice shot. Finish them all. Shepard, over here. What happened here?
Our gunship was shot down. We barely made it.
You have a radio? We're trying to contact our ship.
No. There's one in the gunship, but it's gonna be crawling with those things.
Stay here, son.
Hey, Erasmus.
Come on.
So yeah, also a word of warning, I am going to be quiet for extended periods when the story's going on, and sometimes I'm just reduced to sort of a lame react video of like, oh, that was interesting, oh, that was nice. I'll definitely try and, I mean, it's my first experience with Mass Effect 3, right? So I definitely want to talk about what, you know, what it's like, what the impression is, especially because I've been able to avoid any sort of major plot details or so for instance, like I didn't know that the Reapers started by attacking Earth, but yeah, I'm definitely
What the hell are those things?
I'm definitely gonna try to avoid talking over the game, which sometimes it sometimes works for some people, and then other times people get mad when I talk at all. So I'll try and find the balance, but for those of you that like my added value, this might be a little bit of a struggle. I'm so used to games that give you, like, there's a bit of recoil in here, obviously, but I'm so used to games that give you a penalty for just firing blindly like that. But it's pretty clear that that's a very effective way for taking out the baddies. Oh, this is welcome.
Normandy, this is Anderson. Do you read?
What's your location?
By a downed gunship in the harbor. I'm activating its distress beacon. Send support. We've got wounded down here. Lieutenant! Damn it! I've lost the signal.
Let's hope that beacon does its job.
And fast. We've got company.
The sound on this is great. I definitely like it when there's an automatic weapon that's got a big bassy sound. So like when Doom's machine gun, for instance, moved something in me that I can't control. Okay, well, I was trying to loot and I paid for it.
Hope they get there soon.
You and me both!
Running out of ammo. There's more of them.
Oh boy.
Cavalry has arrived.
I wonder if they put a check to see if you're out of ammo before that happens.
About time.
Let's go!
Welcome back, Shepard.
Thanks.
Shepard!
Come on!
I'm not going. You saw those men back there. There's a million more like them, and they need a leader.
We're in this fight together, Anderson.
It's a fight we can't win. Not without help. We need every species, and all their ships, to even have a chance at defeating the Reapers. Talk to the Council. Convince them to help us.
What if they won't listen?
Then make them listen. Now go! That's an order.
I don't take orders from you anymore, remember?
Consider yourself reinstated, Commander. You know what you have to do.
I'll be back for you, and I'll bring every fleet I can. Good luck.
You too, Shepard.
Nice of the Reapers to put the attack on hold so we could have that chat. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize it was the trailer, Dodge Viper. I don't know anything about this. This is definitely a big opener. I will admit though, I do think the I like that as an opening, but because it obviously the shift is really big. It's going to that macro level, the galaxy in a war. I'll actually probably have to park this for the cinematic.
What the hell's going on? Where's Anderson? Where are we going? Hey!
We're leaving.
Leaving?
What's going on?
Anderson wants us to go to the Citadel, get help for the fight.
Bullshit, he wouldn't order us to leave.
He can see what's going on. Without help, this war's already over.
Then you can drop me off at the nearest depot, because I'm not leaving.
We're going to the Citadel. You want out? You can catch a ride back from there.
Commander!
Joker, that you?
Alive and kicking. Got an emergency transmission from Admiral Hackett for you.
Patch it through.
Shepard, sustained heavy losses. The Roman force was overwhelming. There's no way we can defeat them conventionally.
Anderson's already ordered me to the Citadel to talk to the Council.
First, I need you to Lance outpost on Mars. We lose control of the system.
Yes, sir.
I've been researching the Prothean archives with Dr. Tassoni. We found a way to stop the Reapers. The only way to stop them. Contact soon. Hack it out.
Joker, set a course for the Mars archives.
Mars? Roger that.
This is loco.
Why Mars? What does he think we'll find there?
I don't know yet, but if it helps us win this war. Grab your gear.
I've been trying to reach Mars on secure channels. No one's answering.
Any sign of Reaper activity?
Negative.
Edie?
The base appears to be online. It's possible the inhabitants were evacuated.
We'll know soon enough. Be ready, Joker. Just in case.
Roger that. Normandy out.
We're almost there.
Still no contact from the base, but we've got a massive storm headed our way.
How long till it hits?
Half hour tops. After that, we're gonna have difficulty keeping up comms with the Normandy.
Understood.
All right. Escape. Squad to level up. So before I do any of the level ups. Oh, this is interesting. So it's no longer. I'm curious if they keep track of I'm curious if they keep track of the Paragon and Renegade in the same way, and it's just a different presentation. I also wonder if, because I'm playing at a resolution that was different than what they had in mind, I kind of wonder if this is offset, because it feels like this should just be over slightly to the left. But one thing I did want to say before I went too far into the game, one contrast between that opening and number 2. So for me, I think number 2 worked the best. And this isn't me trying to do the whole, Mass Effect 2 is the best one in the game, or in the series. What I think really makes the second one work best for me, in contrast, I like the large scale of number 3, and I think it does a very good job of setting the tone that's also present from the this Galaxy at War minigame, which I'll try and make some progress in between broadcasts. What really interests me on this, though, is I tend to like stories that are about the individual. So this is true when I'm doing data work, and this is true when I'm talking about stories. Individual people are interesting, and the more you can focus on the micro, the more I think the more impactful the story can be. So if you contrast the opening for Mass Effect 2, where you have the destruction of the Normandy, this thing that you're familiar with, so you've got a very clear break with the old game that you loved, and you're now playing the sequel for. And not only that, but your character dies and burns up in the atmosphere, basically. That is a very hard opening to top. So what's kind of interests me is that I think this is the first time we get to see Earth in Mass Effect. And it's, it definitely sets the tone that, it's too late. The Reapers are here. The threat that's been building up for 2 games have arrived, and it's in the world that you, the player, has a lot of investment in. But again, because it's at the macro, it's as far as something that's impactful to me, it's so interesting that I find the loss of the commander to be a more moving event than necessarily the destruction of my home world, the only world I've ever really known. But that's probably a preference thing as much as anything. Anyways, I've held off picking out my ammo here. So we've got Disruptor, bring down your enemy's barrier and shields. Cryo to freeze. I didn't use this a lot, although preventing health regen. Heavy damage to health and armor. Heavy damage, make an enemy panic, stopping health regeneration. So it makes me wonder why I would go for the Disruptor ammo over the Incinerate. Sabotage weapons or hack synthetics. Operational mastery. Be an expert tactician on the battlefield. More time to line up. Perfect shot. Quicker reflexes. More dexterity. More charisma. Okay. So I got a couple of big ticket items I'm going to get. So increase squad mate weapon damage by 10%. Increase squad and weight capacity. Increase weight capacity. Oh. I didn't realize that there was a weight thing. We're definitely going to go for the damage. Potentially. I mean, there's lots of different ways that you can open it, and I definitely don't mean to make this some kind of a critic. So, like, the thing for me is that my favorite criticism, I still have a subscription to Foreign Affairs. I really like their book reviews because the criticism is the kind of criticism that you get from very good journals, which will be, it is a serious discussion of the topic of the work. So a lot of criticism now, and especially games criticism, not all the time, but the majority of it tends to be, I liked this, I didn't like this, here's the score, to help you decide whether or not to buy it. And that serves a purpose. but it's not the only way that you can do criticism. There's definitely a way of doing it in terms of saying, this is the context in which we're experiencing this. Here's what this means. Here's what's come before. Here's how this is contributing something new. And in that sense, there's not necessarily a good or bad, except insofar as you weight it. So, if you're doing something about Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union, presumably you want that book to be accurate. And if there are inaccuracies in the book or contradictions with established facts, that's maybe a negative relative to something that, gets it right, quote unquote. But generally good criticism tends not to do the sort of, I'm smarter than this book kind of stuff. And so, I like to for me, I'm going to have to talk to my personal experience, stuff that worked for me relative to what was presented. But it's definitely not intended to be in a spirit of like, here's what I would have done with Mass Effect 3, rather the idea of here's the difference, here's how they brought something fresh and how I sort of thought about it. Yeah, I don't mind going with default option. I sort of know that most of the time I'll have the ability to do extra things. I tend to like going with the game as presented to me, and then if I have if I really object to it, I'll move on. I actually don't mind. So I get that in the case of helmets, people want to see the expressions of the characters, but I actually don't mind. This is a complaint people had about Tenet, and I didn't necessarily mind this that much, that some of the dialogue's a little bit muffled because people are wearing masks and whatnot. And I didn't actually find it sufficiently distracting, even though somebody had sort of already primed me to be annoyed by that. But I definitely know it's something that people have a difficulty relating to. So if people have a hard time with the story because because I've kept the helmets on, I'll consider the change. But no, traditionally I've kind of let the AI handle my squad mates. But let's see. I think I'll put one. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna definitely put one in everything for the heroes. So then we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So I'll have 13. Yeah, okay. We'll put 2 in everything. For my allies, I tend to keep them as generalists, especially until I sort of find a pattern that really works well. For me. I don't think I'll be able, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yeah, so one of these things isn't going to get an upgrade, so... you know what? I'm actually going to avoid the marksman for a start. So generally I like making sort of definitive choices on specialization early on. But in this case here, I think I'll see what's on the menu, and after messing around, we'll see whether or not I have a favorite ability. Reason I held off on marksman is that in the end, things like grenade. So I'm bad at using grenades in games like this. So having an ally that'll be able to do that sort of stuff is helpful for me. Looks like James starts with an ability already. So in this case, I think we'll do the 2 levels of everything for a start. Carnage, rip a target into shreds with a vicious blast. Major collateral damage to enemies nearby, effective against armor. Arms Master, boost offensive and defensive abilities. So again, I do like boosts, although I will admit that when it comes to like allies, I like the commander to be the one that gives the buffs, not the allies. Okay, so reinforce armor using protective Foucault currents. Purge the current and send its charge to your gauntlets for increased melee damage. Slow down power use. Rip your enemies apart. Okay. I suppose here... Well, I've already got the incendiary ammo, so I'll try to avoid the duplicates. All right, thanks for stopping by and participating in chat, Dodge Viper. And again, my apologies to those of you that just want to see the game going, but I noticed that the codices tended to stack up quite a bit. So we're going to get a little bit done. I'm not going to promise to read the whole codex, but I know that if I wait on these, I'm going to have like a 2-hour I'm going to have a 2-hour read. By the way, there's a lot more of you than I was expecting, so it's good to know that you guys like these sorts of games. I will keep that in mind for future. So Priority Mars, Admiral Hackett has ordered the Normandy to help Mars locate new Prothean data that could help defeat the Reapers. But the archives on Mars are not responding. Investigate the dig site and find the Prothean data. All right. Aliens Council species.
The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as the mediators and centrists of the Council. An all-female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. Each Asari can attune her nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Asari can live for over 1,000 years, passing through 3 stages of life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring. This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors.
All right, if it's going to be stuff that's read to me, I'll maybe hold off on the main codex entries.
The second species to join the Citadel, the Solarians, are warm-blooded amphibians with a hyperactive metabolism. Solarians think fast, talk fast, and move fast. To Solarians, other species seem sluggish and dull-witted. Unfortunately, their metabolic speed leaves them with a relatively short lifespan. Solarians over the age of 40 are a rarity. The Solarians were responsible for advancing the development of the primitive Krogan species to use as soldiers during the Rachni Wars. They were also behind the creation of the genophage bioweapon the Turians used to quell the Krogan rebellions several centuries later. Solarians are known for their observational capability and non-linear thinking. This manifests as an aptitude for research and espionage. They are constantly experimenting and inventing, and it is generally accepted that they always know more than they're letting on.
So I'll finish with the Turians. I'll try the Noun Council races to see if it's read. If it is read to me, then I'll switch to the secondary so I can get a little bit of the...
Roughly 1,200 years ago, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council to fulfill the role of galactic peacekeepers. The Turians have the largest fleet in Citadel space, and they make up the single largest portion of the Council's military forces. As their territory and influence has spread, the Turians have come to rely on the Solarians for military intelligence and the Asari for diplomacy. Despite a somewhat colonial attitude towards the rest of the galaxy, the ruling hierarchy understands they would lose more than they would gain if the other 2 races were ever removed. Turians come from an autocratic society that values discipline and possesses a strong sense of personal and collective honor. There is lingering animosity between Turians and humans over the First Contact War of 2157, which is known as the Relay 314 incident to the Turians. Officially, however, the 2 species are allies, and they enjoy civil, if cool, diplomatic relations. In the early 2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skyllian Verge, much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades. In 2171, the Batarians petitioned the Council to declare the Verge a zone of Batarian interest. The Council refused, however, declaring unsettled worlds in the region open to human colonization. In protest, the Batarians closed their Citadel embassy and severed official diplomatic relations with the Council, effectively becoming a rogue state. They instigated a proxy war in the Verge by funneling money and weapons to criminal organizations, urging them to strike at human colonies. Hostilities peaked with the Skillian Blitz of 2176, an attack on the human capital of Elysium by Batarian-funded pirates and slavers. In 2178, the Alliance retaliated with a crushing assault on the moon of Torfin, long used as a staging base by Batarian-backed criminals. In the aftermath, the Batarians retreated into their own systems and are now rarely seen in Citadel space.
So I'm going to have to find a way to do the codices in a way that doesn't pull too much away from the stream. But let's see if we can get some of my reading in. The Rachni. Though now extinct, the Rachni once threatened every species in Citadel space. Over 2,000 years ago, explorers foolishly opened a mass relay to a previously unknown system and encountered something never seen before or since, a species of spacefaring insects guided by a hive-mind intelligence. Unfortunately, the Rachni were not peaceful, and the galaxy was plunged into a series of conflicts known as the Rachni Wars. Attempts to negotiate were futile, and as it was impossible to make contact with the hive queens that guided the race from beneath the surface of their toxic homeworld. The emergence of the Krogan ended the Rachni Wars. Bred to survive the harshest environments, the Krogan were able to strike at the queens in their lairs and reclaim conquered council worlds. But when the Krogan fleets pressed them back to their homeworld, the Rachni refused to surrender, and the Krogan eradicated them from the galaxy. Collectors. Living beyond the Omega-4 mass relay and the Terminus systems, the mysterious collector species is glimpsed so rarely that it is taken for a myth by most in galactic society. In reality, collectors are human-sized insectoid bipeds and can resemble massive winged beetles. They are a terrifying force in the galaxy, responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands. Collectors generate permanent stasis fields around themselves, creating nightmarish red-shifted energy fields. In battle, they hold position wherever possible, relying on their aggressive biotics and near-limitless power. Several types of bipedal collectors have been identified, including minions, defenders, zealots, assassins, and artillery operators. Acting together, collectors have imprisoned entire cities in stasis. While no definitive forensic accounting exists to explain the fate of those imprisoned, leading speculation is that the victims are harvested for scientific experimentation and neurobiological repurposing. The Varen. Varen are omnivores with a preference for living prey. Originally native to the Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka, they are, like most life from Tuchanka, savage, clannish, and consummate survivors. They are pack hunters when vulnerable prey is readily available, and become scavengers when outnumbered or outclassed. I wonder why Krogan isn't capitalized here. Their supreme adaptability, vicious demeanor, and rapid breeding cycle have made them ubiquitous and dangerous pests on many worlds. Virtually everywhere the Krogan have been, Varen infestations have followed, wreaking havoc with native ecology. I mean, none of the species names seem to be... I guess maybe you wouldn't put capitalization now that I think of it. The Krogan have had a love-hate relationship with Varen for millennia, alternatively fighting them for territory and embracing them as treasured companions. To this day, Krogan raise them as beasts of war. A common subgenus of Varen have metallic silver scales, leading to the rather unusual nickname of fish dogs. It might be that I'm thinking of other stuff that I've read. I think like in forums people capitalize it, but I don't think the game has ever given it. Vorcha. Although they resemble a mammal-reptile cross, the Vorcha have no terrestrial analog. They are humanoid in form, but Vorcha have clusters of non-differential neoblast cells, like those of Earth's planarian worms. Damaged Vorcha cells mature into specialized structures to alleviate injury or stress. Transformations include thicker skin following injury, lung adaptation for barely breathable atmosphere, and stronger cardioskeletal muscle under higher gravity. Skull capacity and brain size do not change, and Vorcha rarely make more than one somatic overhaul. Vorcha assault each other frequently, causing their young to gain strength, intelligence, and resilience. As a result, Vorcha see inflicting and receiving pain as normal communication. Few Vorcha study professions, in part because their average life expectancy is only 20 years. Because Vorcha can eat and breathe nearly anything, they live almost anywhere, but racism prevents them from integrating into most societies that dismiss them as vermin. They have few employment options beyond Krogan mercenary bands. And Yag. Now, I don't think we've encountered these yet. The Yag are a race of massive apex predators from the world of Parnak whose rise to sentience was... The Yag are a race of massive apex predators from the world of Parnak, whose rise to sentience in no way blunted their violent nature. A group of Yag is unable to cooperate with a single leader until a single leader has been determined. though through either social maneuvering or brute force, but no grudges are held once a Yogg establishes dominance. Former rivals serve their new superior's purpose with unflinching loyalty and relentless determination, a legacy of their origin as a pack species. Their 8 eyes are another sign of their hunter ancestry. All 4 pairs are geared toward tracking down and predicting the movements of prey. Sophisticated and keenly developed sensitivity to movement and light have made Yogg masters at reading body language, regardless of species. Much to their short-lived chagrin, the Council's first contact teams discovered it is nearly impossible to lie to the Yogg. The Yogg had technology equivalent to the 20th century Earth standards when they were discovered by the Council in 2125. The Council's ambassadors approached the Yogg as friends and allies instead of subordinates, a baffling sign of contempt from newcomers on Parnak. Let me just make sure I read that correctly. Council's ambassadors approached the Yogg as friends and allies instead of subordinates, a baffling sign of contempt from newcomers on Parnak. The Yogg attacked when it became apparent that the alien diplomats stubbornly considered themselves sovereign people instead of new underlings. I get it now. Parnak remains off limits by order of the Council, with fears that the Yogg's size, aggression, and obsession with control make them poorly suited for integration into the galactic community. So as much as I'd like to read some more of these, I know I've definitely been pushing people's patience, so... I'm assuming nobody clicked that link, but...
Damn, that's a huge storm. Looks a lot bigger in person.
Come on, Lieutenant, it's not that bad.
Doesn't mean it can't kill us.
I'm more worried about the war back on Earth, or the fact that nobody here is reporting in.
Fair enough.
Actually, there is one other thing I'd like to check out. I guess it comes back under squad. I don't see... it looks like it gave me an option to equip... Like it looks like it gave me another weapon, but I don't see a loadout option. Again, I'm assuming the game will tell me when I can do that.
Alliance, Sergeant Reeves. Doesn't look like you put up a fight.
Something's not right here.
Keep a low profile till we know what's going on.
Roger that. Holy shit. They're executing them.
Ah, there we go. What, there's actually a stealth option? Oh, I forgot. It kind of automatically gives you... it automatically gives you the slowdown. I'm gonna have to remember the
Those guys were Cerberus, weren't they?
Sure look like it. What's Cerberus doing here on Mars? Good question. You don't know? I'm not with them anymore, Ash, if that's what you're asking. It wasn't, but you have to admit, it's a bit convenient.
But yeah, so when I played Mass Effect 2, it's actually... It took a bit of getting used to as far as suddenly slowing down mid-shot. That sounds like a bomb. I wanted to run, not roll, but
Doesn't look like they came here.
whichever works.
Yeah, just a few vehicles. Kinda suggests they had help from the inside. Seems likely. You'd need a lot more men and firepower to take this place otherwise.
I also seem to remember there was something about like giving voice commands in this game, which would be kind of interesting. I know Tom Clancy's N-Word had that too.
About what? Do you know anything about this? What is Cerberus doing here? What makes you think I know what they're up to? You worked for them. How am I supposed to believe you've cut all ties? I used them to take down the Collectors. That's it. They rebuilt you from scratch. They gave your ship, resources. Let me be clear. I've had no contact with Cerberus since I destroyed the Collector base. And I have no idea why they're here now or what they want.
Commander Shepard's been under constant surveillance since coming back to Earth. No way they've communicated since.
Sorry, Shepard. I
shouldn't have to explain myself to you, Ash. Please trust me.
I do. It's just that...
Stormtrooper training in full effect.
Easy there, Lieutenant. She's with us.
Shepard, thank the goddess you're alive.
Liara.
I was worried when the reports came in. They hit Earth hard.
Yeah. It was difficult to leave.
Ashley, I'm sorry. But why'd you come here?
Hackett ordered us to come. Said you know what was going on.
I do.
Hallelujah. Some answers, finally.
Maybe. I've discovered plans for a Prothean device. One that could wipe out the Reapers.
Here? On Mars?
In the Prothean archives, yes.
We've known about the archives for decades. Why now?
Process of elimination, mixed with a little desperation. When I got the data on the Alpha Relay incident, I knew I had to do something. Hackett knew it too. I contacted him as an information broker, and we pooled our resources looking for a way to stop the Reapers. My search led me here. Hackett got me access to the archives and kept me updated on your status. I meant to come see you, but...
I was under house arrest. There wasn't much I could do to help you anyway.
I suppose you're right. In any case, my work paid off. The archives are full of data, an overwhelming amount. I think I found what we need.
I guess I'll believe it when I see it. Where do we find this weapon?
It's not a weapon, not yet. It's plans for a device, a blueprint.
It's more than we had a minute ago. How do we get it?
The archives are just across that tramway. Assuming Cerberus hasn't locked it down.
What are they after?
Yeah, they seem hell-bent on catching you.
They want what I'm here for. What we're all here for.
But why?
The Protheans came close to defeating the Reapers. They had plans to destroy them, but ran out of time.
And anything powerful enough to destroy the Reapers...
Just might be something Cerberus would be interested in.
So it's a race to the archives.
We got company.
Bring it on.
Not this time, James.
What?
Get back to the shuttle. If Cerberus beats us to the archives, I need you covering the exits.
But...
Now, Lieutenant.
They're getting closer. We should take cover.
Looks like they found us.
It's kind of interesting when they set it up with the move your mouse over the singularity power. Oh crap, I don't know which one the singularity power is. Oh, here we go. Create a sphere of dark energy that traps and dangles enemies caught in it. Oh, neat.
Not a problem for someone with biotics. You're going to need more than guns to finish them, Shepard.
I was gonna say, so the idea of there being a Prothean technology to take out the Reapers, I was like, wait a minute, didn't we see this already where we thought the Mass Effect relays were a boon, and it turns out that it's the trap that we're now dealing with? All right.
They've sabotaged the elevator.
Look for another way up.
I'm assuming they did that so that I can know that I'm now allowed to climb up things. Presumably allowed to climb at things. Because that doesn't count as low cover. So I didn't think that I would be able to move up here. No, okay. I'm sure this is really simple, and I'm... Yeah, there we go.
This is a secure station. How did Cerberus get in?
Not sure. One minute we were getting reports of the Reaper invasion. The next, there was chaos. Didn't even realize it was Cerberus at first.
Could they be working with the Reapers? Doubtful, but I suppose anything's possible.
Take cover.
All right, I approve of the Assassin's Creed approach. That sucks. I know I have abilities, but honestly, I tend to like just flanking people. I don't know if it's a battlefield impulse or what, but
We'll need access to the pedway. Controls should be nearby. Shepard, see if you can gain access to the pedway. I can't seem to unlock the live feeds, but...
Hey, did you see that? Who's that woman in the vid?
That's Dr. Ivakare. She got here about a week ago. Any luck?
Pedway's been locked out.
All right. Looks like there's construction nearby. We can get out on the roof. We can find a way around from there.
Great. Let's move.
yes, theoretically I could have healed myself. I actually don't know the heal button, but I'm sure it's not that hard to figure out. But I am a very selfish individual. All right, from Cameron Harrison to Exogeny Corporation. Miss Mika, thank you for your kind offer of new and cutting-edge technology. As with every other offer you've made, we're going to have to decline. Our proprietary rights experts have gone over your contracts again and found them lacking again, and in short, we're not interested. Please don't contact us anymore with your generous offers. Best, C. Harrison. one of the reasons why I get a little salty about the number of codices they give me right at the start. It's nice to establish the world and such, but there's just so much to read and experience. I like picking up little details as they go along.
What the hell? Looks like the Alliance is still putting up a fight. That tram heads to the archives. Once Cerberus is across, they're at the final security checkpoint. And that's where we're headed. Barely. Storm's causing interference.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've lost contact with the Normandy. What's your position?
I didn't read that, James. Repeat. This airlock shouldn't be open. Doesn't look like it was forced. No, you have to override security protocols.
Oh, neat. I don't think they ever had lighting effects like this.
Affected the air from this room while they were still here. Looks like they died trying to claw their way out. This is brutal, even by Cerberus standards.
From Shoden to Cameron Harrison. Cam, who the hell is this woman messaging in my files? Get her out of here. I won't have my system messed up by some wannabe expert who will be gone next week. Damn strangers who think that they know it all but don't care about what we're really trying to achieve here. Dr. Ava, seriously? Don't you remember what happened the last time? S.
Flashlights.
What's on order? There's an Alliance force in here somewhere. We need to get them away from the core. Check the next room. It's dark in there. Want me to shut the windows?
Alright, as always, I want to take a minute to see if there's any details.
Liara. I recognize a few, but I can't say I knew them. As the only Asari here, I think perhaps I was viewed with a little suspicion. I spent most of my time researching alone, translating.
I'm still not clear on what you discovered.
Bits and pieces, really. Clues. It took them centuries to conquer the Protheans. In that time, the few Prothean survivors searched desperately for a way to stop the Reapers. If my translations are correct, they found a way. But in the end, they didn't have the resources to follow through with their plan. We need to pressurize the room first. There we go. We have access to the labs. They'll take us right to the tram station.
Hey, looks like there's a recording of what happened here.
I actually really like the design of Liara's mask. You can get the...
Security station. Come in. We're seeing some odd activity down here. Our security protocols just kicked in. Everything's locked down. Doctor, I'll get you a report as soon as...
Guess we know how Cerberus got in.
I should have realized it when I met her. I was just so focused on finding a way to stop the Reapers.
Stopping the Reapers is the only thing we should be focused on. It's not your fault.
But what if we're wrong? What if there's no way to stop them? What if these are our last days and we spend them scurrying around trying to solve a problem we can't fix?
Come on, Liara.
I know. I shouldn't think that way. I don't know how you do it. You've always stayed focused even in the worst situations.
When there's so much at stake, I just think about what I'd lose if I fail.
That's a terrible burden.
We'll stop them, Liara. Together.
Thanks, I want to believe you. Okay, doors open. We can get to the labs and tram station through there.
Good. Let's move.
But yeah, Liar's mask obviously lets a lot more of the... I mean, it's clear that they put a bunch of effort into the animations in terms of the dialogue, so being able to have some of the more emotive gestures come through even when they're wearing the masks is kind of nice. Ah, all right. Oh, okay, I get it. So this is an interesting system. So I guess the idea here is that you can introduce a degree of variety to your loadout if you want, but it comes at the cost of... I mean, I guess when it says power recharge, that would mean the abilities that I'm using. That's a really nice touch. I don't know. I like it when I'm given. I'm kind of given trade-offs like this. I won't use them, but Amelia Hatterson to Mike O'Sullivan. Hey, stupid head. I won't ask how you're doing since I hear you guys are propagating germs in the shape of a cold down there in storage. Look, I know you Prothean doodads are fascinating and all, but you guys have got to stop burning the midnight oil and keep regular sleeping hours. Honestly. Anyway, I forwarded your latest findings to HQ on Earth, and someone is depressurizing the air. Warren Secure... Curious if I can just shoot through the... Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. Tifasia Heikel Tekla. Sent to Sandoval Fletcher. Yeah, I know, 2 external specialists in the same week is a bit insane. But Hudson, I've heard about the Asari before. She's really well known, and she does some amazing research on the Protheans. I don't know zip about that Dr. Ava chick, but Liara Sony? She's the real thing. I'm attaching some of her advanced papers on Prothean culture. Read them. You'll be a believer too when you're done. Can't wait until they introduce her to people. This is so exciting, Fiza. I kind of want to know what's making that noise. Oh, it looks like Ashley's deciding what loadout to go with. I'm assuming I can't shoot the grenades out of the sky. Ah! The effects of the slowdown again. Damn. So I thought I might be able to press space to jump between. Oh my god! If I die to this, I'm going to be very upset. Oh, that's a shame. But yeah, so I kind of thought I'd be able to hold down space to go between these. Looks like the game disagrees. I thought I could do that in the original.
What's that smell? They just activated the decontamination protocols.
With the staff still inside.
So I'm just doing a quick check for ammo, and while I'm at it, any little details that I missed. I guess that's probably a grenade. I'm assuming that's a mod.
The various relics unearthed here.
Personal notes, Esperanza. We haven't been able to decipher much, if any, of the language yet, but the visual documentation gives us some idea as to what they were studying, namely us. They seem particularly interested in early humanity's evolutionary process, judging by the way they organized their files and highlighted specific occasions. It seems a bit fantastic to write this, but everything indicates that they seem to be trying to chart the curve of humanity's intellectual progression.
More than I could describe in a short conversation, and they'd only scratched the surface. There are vaults filled with Prothean data troves that have never been studied. That's the tram line. Takes us right to the archives. No doubt Cerberus has it locked down. Hopefully we can override it at the security station. It's just through here.
All this talk about the tram lines makes me feel like I'm about to enter into some kind of a Dead Space scenario. Weapon unlocked, the M23 Katana. Okay, well, clearly I can't use this. Oh, here we go. So, heavier weight, less capacity, lower fire rate, but higher damage. Yeah, it's too heavy.
Look out! No kidding! Is that the only way in?
It's the only way I know of.
We'll skirt around it. Stay out of its sights. I'll move up first. Don't let it target you!
Thanks. Hold W and then space bar to... Oh, okay, I think this is what I was trying to do.
Keep moving. Stay in cover, Shepard.
Okay, I get this. So this is one touch that I quite like, and
Get me out of here.
I'm a little sad that games don't seem to be following this a little bit more often. So it's pretty clear that we're still kind of in the tutorial right now. Like I'm still learning some of the details that they've added inside of Mass Effect, but as opposed to the usual way that this gets presented, where there's like the, you know, okay, here's how you crawl, here's how you jump, that sort of stuff. Oh my god, we're gonna die. I really wanted to do that melee attack. they're kind of introducing the ideas as they're needed, which is a touch that I quite like. Do a quick run for ammo before I do anything. But yeah, to me, like, so in some senses I can sort of see somebody saying it's like, okay, well, you gotta teach them all the mechanics within n minutes of the game starting. But what I like here is, one, I get to sort of appreciate why I need to do certain things a little bit more in the moment. So, you don't want to get cut in half by that turret. This is now how you're going to learn. On the other hand, the counterpoint would be for me to say, it's like, hey, I thought I could run from cover to cover. Turns out you can. It's just a different set of controls. So that's maybe one example of a time I could have benefited from learning that a little bit earlier. But it's definitely a little bit better than, in my opinion at least, where you sort of have this, in addition to whatever cutscene you get at the opening, you have this, 5 to 10 minutes of doing basic controls you might already be familiar with. In this one, I sort of like how they've sort of interleaved it with the story, which is obviously the reason you're playing this. Research notes from Jay Tasman. The last location seems to have run dry, but judging from the communication system layout and the backup power supplies equipped by the first Prothean research base we discovered, we think a secondary base may be located deeper underground. We're going to need permission from the powers that be to excavate further, but considering the recent renewal and enthusiasm for the work we're doing here, I don't think clearance will be an issue.
Set up a perimeter. No one else comes across.
We still have teams on the other side.
No one! And shut down those cameras.
Looks like they've made it to the archives.
And it looks like they won't be sitting a tram anytime soon.
Can you override it?
The archives are on a separate network. We're completely locked out.
Not completely. What if we could find a short-range transmitter? Helmet to helmet.
And?
And then we convince them that we're with them. And the Alliance forces have been taken care of.
Good idea. See what you can find. What?
The Lieutenant Commander has become very capable.
Agreed.
Commander, I found something.
What have you got?
He's got a transmitter in his helmet. If I can... Oh. Oh god. He looks like a husk.
Yeah, not quite. They've definitely done something to him.
Engineered by Cerberus? They claim to stand for humanity, and they do this to their own people. That could have been you, Shepard. For all I knew, that's what Cerberus had done to you.
How can you compare me to that thing?
I don't know what you are. Not since they got their hands on you. Is it really you? Would you even know if they were controlling you somehow?
That's not fair, Ash.
I'm just talking out loud. I don't need you to answer. I doubt there's anything you could say to convince me. I guess I just need some time to get to know you again.
I'm the same person I always was. Time won't change that. But if that's what you need, I understand.
Thanks. For understanding.
You bet. Let's see if we can get that tram sent over here. Hello, this is Delta Team. Anybody there?
Where the hell have you been? Never mind, what's your status?
We're at the tram station, waiting for extraction. All hostiles terminated.
Roger that. Echo Team will ride over and secure the station.
Think they bought it?
They didn't, they'll figure it out soon enough.
We should get in position. Flank them when they get off the tram.
Good thinking, Elsie.
Yes, I too think that we should attack the people when they come in. Press Q and E to order squad mates to move to the targeted location or attack the targeted enemy.
Will do.
Oh, where's the... Okay, it's... Fine, both of you.
Right away. Understood.
Here they come.
Right away.
Oh, the smoke's a really nice touch. So one thing I really like about the smoke is that in Mass Effect 2, I definitely felt that there was a very strong incentive to sort of just stay in place and let them come to you, especially if you were a sniper. Now, grenades are a way of solving that because you get damaged if you stick around, as I'm about to here. But the smoke is an interesting way of doing it. So it's not necessarily something that threatens you with death if you don't get it done right, but it does force you to move to get a better shot, which I just like. To me, trying to dodge a lethal grenade is par for the course. Like, sometimes I make the decision, maybe I just want to sit there and take the damage. Trying to get around a vision obstacle, that's something that for some reason I react a lot more to. I think the reason for that is that if you damaging the player means that you potentially end the game, right? And there's going to be a certain point where you say, well, how hard do you want to make this for a player? Like, do you want a grenade to be kind of like they are in real life now, which is you need to move more than 2 meters away from them? And, you know, if you are even remotely close to that thing, there is no possible way you're going to survive. That's not a very fun game if you do that. And so because you don't want to make the game something where you're going to, you're going to get mad for not being able to progress, or you having to do the same fight like 100 times over. It leads to these weird, almost degenerate strategies where it's like, yeah, I'll just tank the grenade because I've got a really good position right now and I don't want to give that up just for something a little minor like a grenade, right? On the other hand, smoke is not going to end your playthrough, but it is going to make the combat a lot more dynamic because you're not going to be accomplishing your goal. Whereas, as long as the game isn't willing to kill you for staying in position, that you can keep your advantageous spot and just use your health as a resource to move on. So that's a nice little touch. Also, they used it in an intelligent way. Like, I had a pretty clear line of sight on most of those guys, and I had to move as a result of it.
The archives are right on the other side. That and a squad of pissed-off Cerberus troops.
I guess they're coming to me. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, apparently I'm no good at the... Oh, okay, I get it. That's not automatic.
They put up a good fight. Yes, it confirms my assertions about the value of the data stored here.
Oh, I am making a mistake doing this. Gotta wait for the grenade first. He's still alive. Ah, crap. I don't think I'm going to survive this. Yeah, so I gotta get used to moving around again. This is a weird way to use my sniper rifle, but I'm happy that they're letting me. Okay, another good use of the smoke, which makes me sad. Clearly I'd be having an easier time with these fights if I took advantage of my allies' abilities more often, but I'll admit the commander part of Commander Shepard was never the appeal. Ah! Okay, you can play that game. For some reason, I'm also confusing the space and shift key. Like, the game has done a perfectly good job of explaining that to me, and it's completely me being an idiot. But I've mistaken the shift and the space more than once.
Ash.
Shepard.
Elusive man.
Fascinating race, the Protheans. They left all this for us to discover, but we squandered it. The Alliance has known about the archives for more than 30 years. And what have they done with it?
What do you want?
What I've always wanted. The data in these artifacts holds the key to solving the Reaper threat.
I've seen your solution. Your people are turned into monsters.
Hardly. They're being improved.
Improved?
That's what separates us, Shepard. Where you see a means to destroy, I see a way to control, to dominate and harness the Reaper's power. Imagine how strong humanity would be if we controlled them.
Earth is under siege and you're hatching a scheme to control the Reapers?
You've always been short-sighted, hasty. Your destruction of the Collector base proved that.
That base was an abomination. Hundreds of thousands of humans were murdered there.
This isn't your fight any longer, Shepard. You can't defeat the Reapers, even with the Prothean data.
Work with me. Give me control of your resources and I'll stop them.
You'd do better than most, but the odds aren't in your favor. More importantly, I don't want the Reapers destroyed. We can dominate them, use their power, harness their very essence to bring humanity to the apex of evolution.
With that data, I'll rid the galaxy of those machines once and for all.
Your vision is pathetically limited. You were a tool, an agent with a singular purpose, and despite our differences, you were relatively successful. But like the rest of the relics in this place, your time is over.
Enough talk. Liara?
Don't interfere with my plans, Shepard. I won't warn you again.
Go to hell.
Shepard,
What?
the data, it's not here. It's being erased.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Damn it! How's he doing it?
It's local. Someone's uploading the information.
Hey, step away from the console. Now! Ugh. She's got the data! She's faster than she looks. Stay close. We can't lose her.
Okay, that didn't do anything. This is a really neat way to sort of reinforce a bunch of the stuff that we just learned in terms of vaulting and whatnot.
Watch out!
Ooh, I gotta get my health on. Okay, now I actually need to know how to do the health packs, but so this is protection for me, and then oh, interesting. So it's healing allies as well as yourself. I'm guessing that wasn't supposed to happen.
She's getting away! Damn it! James! Normandy! Anybody!
I got this one. Normandy's en route. They'll be here soon.
We need the data.
Okay, that's a neat look.
orders?
Finish her.
Grab that thing. Bring it with us.
Shepard, we got Reaper signatures in orbit.
So I'm curious. One, I don't know if Ashley's dead. I think she is. I wonder if there's a way to avoid that, or if this is the game telling you that all the people you like are fair game to take out in the final chapter.
Ashley needs medical attention.
Okay, well.
We have to leave the Sol system.
I know.
The Citadel is our best chance. We can find help there.
Get us to the Citadel, Joker.
Roger that.
Hold on, Ash. See what you and Edie can learn from that thing.
Commander, I'm receiving a signal over the secondary QEC. I believe it's Admiral Hackett.
Patch me through.
I'll forward it to the comm room.
Shepard, are you reading me? Commander.
Edie, can you clear this up? I'll do my best.
Did you get to the archives?
I was there. So was the elusive man.
I was worried Cerberus might try something. Did you get the data?
Most of it. He downloaded some before I could stop him. Edie and Liara are analyzing what we recovered.
What have you learned? Was it worth the effort?
Preliminary evidence suggests the data is a blueprint for a Prothean device.
Device?
A weapon, massive in size and scope, that's capable of unquantifiable levels of destruction.
Send me the data. We'll do our own analysis. If Liara's instincts are right, this might be the key to stopping the Reapers.
I hope so. Lieutenant Commander Williams was critically wounded. We're taking her to the Citadel.
Sorry to hear that, Shepard. But we both know this is just the beginning. Talk to the Council, show them what you found. With luck, they'll give you all the support we need.
And if they don't?
Do whatever it takes to get them on board. I'll be in touch soon. Hack it out.
Commander. Edie is extracting data from the Cerberus machine. We'll have details to present to the Council by the time we reach the Citadel.
And Lieutenant Commander Williams?
I've done what I can for her. She needs proper medical attention soon. The Admiral's right. It's going to get worse, isn't it?
Unless we stop the Reapers, yeah.
I've looked at the data. This weapon could be the answer if we can build it. I get the sense you don't quite believe it, though.
You didn't see what they did to Earth. How is one weapon supposed to stop them?
What are our options? You know we can't win this conventionally. Commander? Isn't it worth trying at least?
I'm gonna check on Ashley and James. Make sure we're ready to present our findings to the Council.
I'm sure the Council will see the need to help.
It'll be a hell of a short war if they don't.
I wonder if the fact that it didn't make me fly to the Citadel means that there isn't the space travel. Well, no, there would have to be. That's kind of a big deal in Mass Effect.
Barely got a pulse here. Move him out.
Where are you taking her?
Where to Memorial. Best care in the Citadel.
We're not going with?
We need to see the Council.
Right. Looks like they might be coming to see you.
Commander Shepard, got word you were arriving.
Captain Bailey, good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Though it's Commander now.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Now half my job is dealing with political bullshit and escorting dignitaries around. No offense.
None taken. So you're here to bring us to the Council?
I'm here to tell you the Council is expecting you, but they are dealing with their own problems with the war and everything. They apologize for the inconvenience and blah, 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 blah. Meet them here at Adina's office. They'll be ready soon enough.
All right.
You might have time to go by the medical center if you want to check on progress over there.
Thanks. I might do that.
You go on ahead. I'll head up to Adina's office.
One of my men can show you the way. You?
I'm just a tourist today. I'll try not to get in any trouble.
Commander, we've got a situation in the embassy quarters. We could use your help.
I'll be right there. The other half of my job. I'll see you around, Shepard.
No doubt.
Use the arrow to switch between different maps. Important characters are listed by location on the right. Is it though? Doesn't really tell me. Oh, I think I get it. It's possibly there. Oh no, that's an elevator. Okay. Oh no, I get it. So if I go to the passenger lounge, that's where I'm gonna meet her. I did say I was gonna go to Memorial Hospital. So one thing I wanted to talk about before the cutscenes, but I mean, this game's obviously designed to be played, not necessarily streamed, and so some of the stuff I might want to talk about in the moment. Clearly, they're not going to give the moment for like some time to reflect and whatnot. I do kind of like how they establish a few more of the stakes at the start there. So obviously the departure with the elusive man. I'm actually rather curious what happens if you go for the renegade ending in Mass Effect 2, because it sort of seems like you have to have some kind of a confrontation set up with the elusive man to keep going. Hey, how you doing, Crack Steve? But obviously this idea of the elusive man pushing past just simply the idea of in fact, you'd almost think of it, if you've ever played Civilization Beyond Earth, sort of the purist faction, but so this idea of preserving humanity to instead push it into something which the player very likely does not necessarily consider human, I think is a neat little development. And obviously, it's not the first time you've seen this idea brought up in either a war movie or science fiction, but of course the idea of whether or not you have to sacrifice the humanity in order to be able to beat the Reapers, and whether or not that's a cost you're willing to take on. But yeah, I kind of have thought that Ashley might be dead just so that they can establish that they're willing to kill off major characters early on. I am going to do so. I'll do a quick save here. I'm going to do another round of codices. Priority: the Citadel. The Council must be informed of the Reaper threat and the Prothean device that may be able to stop the Reapers. Go to Councilor Udina's office on the Citadel and convince the Council to send help for the fight against the Reapers. So this was one of the cases where, I didn't like Udina, but he's clearly better equipped to dealing with the Council, and it seems like the game just sort of hand-waved away the choice. Udina winds up at the top anyway, which is fine because he's clearly better suited. The other thing I wanted to talk about in terms of the stakes is actually this. It's interesting the way they've set it up. So, you have something like you have humanity. You have this idea that maybe the idea of the Reapers is an uncomfortable enough one that people maybe don't want to believe it, and so don't act. The presence of the Reapers is obviously a point where, all bets are off, and you kind of have to give people a reason for saying, why are they not going to do it? It's kind of hard for somebody like the Turians to say, it's like, well, we're probably strong enough to be able to take these things on, so why should we help you? It's pretty clear that this is a major existential threat. But it seems to be that what they're doing here, like obviously there's lots of different ways that you can deal with a problem, and telling people in the face of a crisis, okay, we've got this big, really expensive thing that we need to do that will keep us all safe. Probably they didn't have the present day in mind when they thought of that. But this is a question that we're asking ourselves right now, right? There's a bunch of different countries with very different approaches to the pandemic, and essentially they're dealing with the problem that's introduced by this Prothean technology, which is, what is the price tag that you would put on defense? And sure, you could say it's something that destroys everything, so you want to put the maximum possible value on it, but you can also turn around and say, well, is this the best method? Like, we're taking resources away from something that could go into conventional arms. And if you don't convince people that conventional arms are not the way that this is going to be done, you still fail to accomplish your goal. So I don't know whether or not they'll go heavy into the political elements of this, but it's nice that they give you sort of a challenge where even in the presence of something like the Reapers, you may still have some difficulty getting some buy-in by the Citadel. And then, of course, you have figures like the Elusive Man who don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing that the Reapers are showing up, that it's something that should be contained rather than destroyed. So, all right. Anyways, as I said, I'm going to try and dole out the recorded codices at a somewhat acceptable pace, but I would like to get the secondaries read for myself.
50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains. They are believed to have built the mass relays and the Citadel, which have allowed numerous species to explore and expand throughout the galaxy. Prothean ruins are found on worlds across the galaxy. While surprisingly intact for their age, functioning examples of Prothean paleotechnology are rare. Time and generations of looters have picked their dead cities and derelict stations clean. Some believe the Protheans meddled in the evolution of younger races. The Hanar homeworld of Kage, for example, shows clear evidence of former Prothean occupation. The presence of a former Prothean observation post on Mars has caused a rebirth of interventionary evolutionists among humans. These individuals believe the god myths of ancient civilizations are misremembered encounters with aliens. In the early 2 centuries ago, the Hanar helped 375,000 members of the Drell race migrate to the Hanar homeworld Kage to escape the environmental extermination that had claimed the remaining 11 billion Drell. Nearly all Drell demonstrate tremendous loyalty to their famously reclusive saviors. The intimacy of their relationship, expressed in a formal socio-political alliance called the Compact, also results in extremely close personal relations, in which some Drell actually learn Hanar soul names. While most Drell reside on Kage, some assist Hanar off-world as envoys, researchers, co-investors, wayfarers, assassins, or otherwise, eager to help their saviors. For a century, galactic wisdom has held that behind any high-ranking Hanar hides a resourceful and fanatically devoted Drell. The omnivorous reptilian Drell possess an average lifespan of 85 galactic standard years. Having evolved on an arid planet, Drell face serious illness on the Hanar homeworld, especially Kepral's syndrome, a fatal bacterial lung disease.
I have played Mass Effect, Crack Steve, so I briefly touched on this in the introduction, but I had a really long period where I didn't have a gaming PC, and I sort of got out of the habit of gaming. In some ways, I kind of wish that it's super fun to play games, and I really like them. Obviously, it's led to a whole bunch of neat stuff that I've done on my own, but I did do a lot more reading at that time too. But so Mass Effect 2 was one of the first games I played after not having any gaming over a couple of years, and I could not believe what games were like. Because again, if you think that my main experiences of gaming were games like Civilization and some multiplayer games, like a lot of first-person shooters, it's definitely quite an experience. So number one, the production value obviously is very high, and to see not just a story. So playing a game like Half-Life for the first time, if the types of first-person shooters you're familiar with are Fortnite or something. Well, Fortnite's not a first-person shooter, but like Battlefield or something like that. Although that's multiplayer. Unreal, some variation of Unreal Tournament. Anyways, basically, to have that, and then play a game like Half-Life where you don't start with a gun, that's a very different kind of approach. But in the end, the main way in which you sort of express yourself in Half-Life is by whacking stuff with a crowbar, or putting a lot of bullets into it. To come from something like that and then play Mass Effect 2, which has got, again, a very high production value and, this big space opera, I just remember it's how long has this been going on? What else is like that? And it turns out there's actually not a lot like that. Mass Effect 2 is an incredibly well-made game that, it's not to say that there aren't other games like it, but it's maybe a very high bar to, as DC Seth pointed out, that is something of a fairly high standard to be keeping all subsequent games against. So I'd never played the original Mass Effect, so I did that on stream. And then after a little bit of a break, I did Mass Effect 2 from the previous save, and then this is my first time playing Mass Effect 3. So I'm enjoying it. I will admit that I don't know if it's the nostalgia factor or quite what it is. I definitely felt a little bit more engaged with Mass Effect 2. I am interested in where Mass Effect 3 is going, and I'm having a good time with it. But there's just a couple of things that sometimes strike me as being a little bit off. And I think probably some of that is going to go away as I become a little bit more familiar with the game. But it's neat. Like I said, they're clearly setting up the stakes for this story, and I'm really interested in seeing where they go with it. I did get offer. Yeah, I just completed the Mars mission. So one thing I learned from the previous Mass Effect games was that if I don't go through the codices, they stack up, and I'll get to the end of the game without doing everything. So I'm trying to break this down. I'm clearly not going to be able to get through everything on here. But I try and do a few of the pre-recorded ones, and then I do some of the secondary reading, because I know people, there is a subset of the audience who just really will like listening to me talk, and clearly if the characters are talking, I don't get a chance to do that. But yeah, what do you think of it so far, Craxie? I should have asked that.
The Elcor are a Citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative. Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and sub-vocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dacuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky, and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys.
Yeah, correct, Steve. Elcor are my favorite too. I mean, there's little details in that too. I do still love the line. I'm pretty sure it was in the previous games. Human smiles as subtle as a fireworks display. But the idea, I don't know, the idea behind them is really good. I will also admit too, on just a personal, I did, yeah. So I'm off of Earth, and I also completed the Mars mission. So we're on the Citadel now, or at least the first appearance of the Citadel. I'm assuming we'll probably be going back and forth a bit. One of the things that I sort of relate to with the Elcor, and it's not just an online thing. So I sort of understand the idea that online sarcasm doesn't always come across. I think there is something to be said for the principle of charity. So there's a really good example here where Jonathan Chait, who's a journalist, retweeted this fairly major article that The Atlantic put out. And it's like, it was something really terrible that had happened to the person. And I think the editor had retweeted, and he's like, I've been working at this for 10 years, and this one person comes in. Like, the idea here was to sort of point out the fact that this was a really major story that even the editor was highlighting, like the coveted retweet. But of course, people who don't know that this is basically this guy's boss, took that really seriously, and basically an example of another guy complaining about not getting enough attention. Again, it's hard because you can't always rely on people necessarily knowing the context. But I do tend to find in person, but also online, I'm not a particularly subtle person, but I do tend to notice that meaning gets missed, or the intentions are misread by some of this for some of the stuff that I say. And so I also relate to the Elcor just in the sense that I sometimes really feel like I need to put a massive signpost around something that I say, because I definitely do have a sense of humor that tends to go towards the absurd or the subtle. And it has gotten me in a bit of trouble in the past. Did you see the Reaper go one-on-one with a Reaper in the river? No, I don't think I did, Crack Steve.
The Geth are a humanoid race of networked AIs. They were created by the Quarians 300 years ago as tools of labor and war. When the Geth showed signs of self-evolution, the Quarians attempted to exterminate them. The Geth won the resulting war. This example has led to legal, systematic repression of artificial intelligences in galactic society. The Geth possess a unique distributed intelligence. An individual has rudimentary animal instincts, but as their numbers and proximity increase, the apparent intelligence of each individual improves. In groups, they can reason, analyze situations, and use tactics as well as any organic race. Geth space is located at the trailing end of the Perseus Arm, beyond the lawless Terminus systems. The Perseus Veil, an obscuring dark nebula of opaque gas and dust, lies between their space and the Terminus systems.
I don't know the different ship classes, cracked Steve. So I'm assuming, I mean, it's the introductory section on Earth. So presumably I would have seen, if the dreadnoughts refer, like, I don't know if there's any variation in terms of that. So presumably I would have seen it, but I don't recall a dreadnought immediately. Right, yeah. I kind of figured that from the name. I'll do two more of these and then the
Hanar
secondaries.
are a Citadel species known for excessive politeness. They speak with scrupulous precision and take offense at improper language. Hanar that expect to deal with other species take special courses to help them unlearn their tendency to take offense at improper speech. All Hanar have two names. The face name is known to the world. The soul name is kept for use among close friends and relations. Hanar never refer to themselves in the first person in conversation with someone they know on a face name basis. To do so is considered egotistical, so instead they refer to themselves as this one, or the impersonal it. Their homeworld, Kage, has 90% ocean cover and orbits an energetic white star, resulting in a permanent blanket of clouds. Due to the presence of Prothean ruins on the world, many Hanar worship them, and Hanar myths often speak of an elder race that civilized them by teaching them language.
I have to wonder whether or not there's a possibility to have a Hanar Elcor argument come up.
When the Asari discovered the Citadel, they also discovered the Keepers, a docile, multi-limbed insect race that seemingly exists only to maintain and repair the great Prothean station. Early attempts to communicate with or study the Keepers were failures, and it is now illegal to interfere with or impede Keeper activity. Because they are completely non-threatening, Keepers have become virtually invisible to everyone else. Similarly, they seem indifferent to other species, except for their tendency to help new arrivals integrate themselves into the Citadel. No matter how many Keepers die due to old age, violence, or accident, they maintain a constant number. No one has discovered the source of new Keepers, but some hypothesize they are genetic constructs, biological androids created somewhere deep in the inaccessible core of the Citadel itself.
All right, humanity and the Systems Alliance. First Contact War. Humanity's first contact with an alien race occurred in 2157. At that time, the Alliance allowed survey fleets to activate any dormant mass relays discovered, a practice considered dangerous and irresponsible by Council-aligned races. When a Turian patrol discovered a human fleet attempting to activate a relay, they attacked. One human vessel survived, retreating to the colony of Shanji. The Turians followed, quickly defeating the local forces. Shanji was occupied, the first and to date only human world to be conquered by an alien species. The Turians believed the handful of ships they defeated represented the bulk of the human defenses, so they were unprepared when the Second Fleet under Admiral Castanine Drescher launched from a strong counteroffensive, evicting them from Shanji. The Turians mobilized for full-scale war, drawing the attention of the rest of the galaxy. The Council quickly intervened, forcing a truce. Fortunately for humanity, the First Contact War was ended with a diplomatic solution. The Mass Effect timeline. 2069 Armstrong Outpost at Shackleton Crater becomes the first human settlement on Luna. It is formally founded on the 24th of July, the 100th anniversary of the first lunar landing. 2103, Lowell City in Eos Chasma becomes the first human settlement on Mars. 2137, Eldfell Ashland Energy Corporation demonstrates helium-3 fuel extraction from the atmosphere of Saturn. 2142, construction of Gagarin Station. Jump Zero begins beyond the orbit of Pluto. 2148, prospectors discover the Prothean ruins at Promethei Planum on Mars. 2149, translation of Prothean data leads humans to the Charon Mass Relay, Systems Alliance founded to coordinate exploration and colonization of extrasolar worlds. 2151, a shipping accident at Singapore International Spaceport exposes downwind communities to containers of dust form element 0. Alliance begins construction of Arcturus Station. 2152, roughly 30% of the children born in Singapore after element 0 exposure suffer from cancerous growths. Systems Alliance begins settlement of Earth's first extrasolar colony world, the planet Demeter. 2154, Commander Shepard is born. 2155, the Systems Alliance occupies completed portions of Arcturus Station as a headquarters. 2156, some children of Singapore exhibit minor telekinetic abilities. 2157, Turians encounter human explorers. First Contact War, occupation and liberation of the human colony of Shanji. I have whatever free DLC is available to anybody who has a EA Play Pro account. If anything that costs the BioWare points and all of that, I've not yet picked up. I might do it, but I'd like to see what I'm actually getting for that. 2158, humans learn potential of biotics. An international effort to track element 0 exposures begins. Roughly 10% of exposed children 10% of exposed children show some level of biotic ability. 2160, Systems Alliance Parliament is formed. 2165, humans establish embassy on the Citadel. 2170, Batarian slavers attack the Alliance colony of Mindor. 2176, during the Skyllian Blitz, pirates and slavers attacked Elysium, the human capital in the Skyllian Verge. 2177, Thresher Maws devour the Alliance colony of Akuz. 2178, in retaliation for the Skyllian Blitz, an Alliance fleet wipes out an army of slavers on the moon of Torfan. 2183, Geth, led by a road spectre Saren Arturius, attack the Citadel, ensuring a battle that costs thousands of lives. A few weeks later, the SSV Normandy is ambushed and destroyed. Commander Shepard is presumed dead. 2185, an alien race known as the Collectors abducts thousands of human colonists in the Terminus systems. Commander Shepard leads a team beyond the Omega-4 relay to attack the Collectors where they live, stopping the abductions. And a year later, our story begins. System Alliance Special Operations. Interplanetary Combatives Training, ICT, is the System Alliance premier school for leadership and combat experience. The Interplanetary Combatives Academy, sometimes called the End School or the Villa, recruits officers from every branch of Earth's militaries to partake in grueling courses at Villa Militar in Rio de Janeiro. Initially, candidates train for more than 20 hours per day, leading small combat teams through hostile terrain with little sleep or food. Trainees who do well are awarded with an internal designation of N1 and are invited to return. Subsequent courses, N2 through N6, are often held off-planet and include instruction in zero-G combat, military freefall, parachuting, jetpack flight, combat diving, combat instruction, linguistics, and frontline trauma care for human and alien biology. The highest grade of training, N6, provides actual combat experience in conflict zones throughout the galaxy. If the trainee survives these scenarios in admirable and effective fashion, he or she finally receives the coveted N7 designation. N7 is the only ICT designation that may be worn on field or dress uniforms. There is little shame in failing an N course. The training is so extreme that even qualifying for N1 elevates an officer to a position of respect. The universal prestige of merely attending the academy helps to restrain trainees from taking excessive risks in pursuit of higher honors. Although ICT qualification by itself does not guarantee higher rank, those officers who are able to complete the program are typically well suited to senior leadership positions. I have not gotten anyone killed yet, but it's early days still. I'm going to try one more with organizations because the dates weren't quite as interesting. Oh, this is good. We actually picked some of this stuff up during the mission. Centurions are Cerberus's frontline tacticians. Actually, that's not true. In the first game, you have to choose. Someone has to die in the first game. But other than that, we've not involuntarily lost someone. Centurions are Cerberus's frontline tacticians. They are meant to enact the elusive man's strategic goals, although it is clear that they have leeway to adapt as an encounter development. Well, it's a funny thing, actually. So there was it Caden? Was the guy's name that we had in the earlier in the game here, so she obviously survived, but it's the guy, and it was because I accidentally opened the romance option with them, so I told him, is like, I don't think of you that way, and quite literally we went on to the mission where you have to choose who dies. So I just made sure that while he was staying on the planet to face his inevitable end, I screamed, I don't think of you that way, to, lighten the mood. Centurions are Cerberus' frontline tacticians. They are meant to enact the elusive man's strategic goals, although it is clear that they have leeway to adapt as the encounter develops. The only useful intelligence that the Alliance has gathered on Centurions relates to their armament. Each Centurion carries an M96 Matic heavy rifle modified to launch smoke grenades, leaving enemies vulnerable to crossfire. Again, the addition of this one, I can actually live without the ability to jump over gaps and sort of move up and down. I sort of feel like the levels largely work and feel like Mass Effect 2 levels, which is super disrespectful to the people who put a bunch of work into that. Like that's not me. That I'm fine with them. Like I don't feel bad that they're there. It's just I don't think it's as quite as transformative as the sort of free movement that you'll see in other games. The smoke, on the other hand, I think is a really interesting addition, which makes me take better advantage or forces me to take better advantage of the environment. I like that addition quite a bit. Cerberus Guardian. Guardians, the Cerberus equivalent of human tanks, are slow-moving soldiers who carry enormous polycrystalline composite shields. The weight of the shield requires an armored suit equipped with a hydraulic assist and a dedicated power supply. Combining this exceptional protection with a suite of enviromapping systems, Guardians focus on flanking opponents to flush them from cover. A Guardian's slow but relentless approach is intended to demoralize enemies as well as draw their fire, but rip away their shield and Guardians become little more than cannon fodder. And finally, Cerberus Troopers. Assault Troopers are the backbone of Cerberus forces. Those candidates who make it through the grueling basic training are submitted to an intensive psychological program that renders them fearless, disciplined, and unrelenting. Outfitted with custom-designed armor and rifles, these soldiers function with determined precision and practiced at teamwork. The first to rush into a fight, assault troopers often work in tandem with more powerful units. They make strategic use of this scenario, keeping their opponents occupied until it is too late to react to the combined Cerberus force bearing down on them. All right. So I think at a small adjustment that I was going to do, so I do kind of want to see what's going on in the passenger lounge, which is here, I believe.
But you're on the Normandy, right?
Yes.
I saw it dock. It was last seen on Earth. Did Commander Shepard escape? She did.
What's going on here?
Commander, just who I was looking for. Diana Allers, Alliance News Network. I think we can help each other.
I suppose you want an interview?
Even better. I'm a military reporter with a show called Battle Space. We're carried on just about all Council planets. My producers want me embedded on a human ship, and I want that ship to be the Normandy.
Why would I want that?
Wars can be won or lost in the editing room, and this war needs to be won. I've got Alliance security clearance and operate without a crew. You get veto power over the segments I file. Can you handle an arrangement like that? Or do I keep looking?
Tell your producers yes for now. We'll see how it works out. Report to the ship as soon as possible. Any questions?
How much gear can I bring?
1 footlocker.
Aye, aye, Commander.
I think I did crack Steve. I gotta remember all of this now. The music got really dramatic all of a sudden.
Hello, Commander Shepard. Welcome to the Citadel.
I like
This
the...
is Docking Bay D-24. Note that due to recent events, official identification and weapons permits may be requested by CSAC personnel for routine verification.
I really like the improvement they've made to Avina. I mean, I will say that overall, like clearly there's a lot of polish in terms of the visuals for the game. I think it's a very nice looking game, but Avina in particular has a really nice look.
What's with the heightened security?
New screening fields have been added in order to speed up processing at the security stations in each docking area. Citadel security screening technology uses highly advanced biometric authentication systems developed by the CERTA Foundation. Please note that any attempt to circumvent Citadel security measures will result in immediate incarceration.
What else is in the area?
You are standing in docking area D-24. According to your biometrics file, you are cleared to access further information about this bay. This is the airlock currently assigned to the Systems Alliance ship Normandy. If you look out the bay window, you can see one of the many magnificent vistas for which the Citadel is renowned.
What about that room over there?
The waiting area is for those who wish to speak to our new arrivals. It is located next to security processing.
Any other important areas I should know about?
Docking Bay E-24 has been repurposed into temporary housing to accommodate the recent influx of civilians to the Citadel. If you wish to contact your species' official Citadel representative, please go to Citadel embassies. For medical needs, the Presidium offers leading-edge care at the Huerta Memorial Hospital. The Presidium Commons have been a cultural mainstay since the Council was first established at the Citadel.
That's all.
Please speak with me again if you require further assistance.
All right, so I'll take a quick look around just to see what's going on. I also don't remember seeing the keepers walking around as much. I know they were around in the area, but I always felt that they were a bit static, so it's kind of neat to see them a little more active. Because obviously the way that they're described in the... We did the keepers in the readout. The way that... What? So in this, right, it makes sense because there's two bits of information that are kind of helpful from the, you think the activity is because the Reapers are here? Oh, you mean the Keepers are behaving differently because the Reapers have arrived and they're fulfilling the role that they're assigned? That's a really interesting idea. But where I was going with it is, you know, in Mass Effect 2, you have the same description that they've been given. But they tend to be quite static, and you can think of design reasons as to why that is. And so there's a little bit more emphasis on the idea that you tend not to think about them all that much because they're not around. There is that mission where like you're investigating them. I think you do see a couple of keepers walking around, but by and large, like I remember the first time that I played them, I actually just thought that they were a really weird terminal, and then I realized there was an alien at the terminal. Whereas now you're actually seeing them moving around the citadel, and so the emphasis is less on the I'm ignoring that. Like in this case here, because I'm a human being that's never seen an alien before, and I see this keeper walking by, I'm like, oh, big alien moving around. So.
Welcome, Commander Shepard. Please select a destination.
What do I think of the Geth? I mean, I really like the Quarians.
Areas tagged of interest to you are highlighted on the elevator menu.
I actually particularly like the division between the Geth and the Quarians because particularly a character like Legion, you know, you can see
areas tagged of interest to you are highlighted on the elevator menu.
Thank you, game. I'll move up to Huerta.
Now arriving at Huerta Memorial Hospital.
You know, again, this is not I'll probably pause for a second to talk about this a little bit. So, you know, it's not the first time that a science fiction story has raised the question about, you know, at what point do you have a consciousness? At what point have you made sort of a sentient creature? And at what point, you know, does your tool become a slave? But very clearly that's that's one of the tensions that's being brought up in terms of the Geth and the Quarians. I think, you know, the Quarians have a perfectly understandable motivation to, you know, to sort of to hate the Geth and to want to exterminate them. I think the galactic community is obviously very worried about about the extremes of AI, and as a result, it's easy. I think the thing that interests me the most about this is that while I am completely sympathetic to the worries of the galactic community and the Quarians, I do actually have a lot of sympathy for the view that, the Geth did not ask to be made that way, that they are ultimately dealing with the situation they have found themselves in as well. And, I certainly, I could not necessarily see myself behaving in any different way from the way that they are. I mean, obviously there is some element in which they're very, they're very aggressive and designed to be presented as a bad guy, but I like that they went a little bit further with it. Hey, Endors, thank you very much for the resubscription. My God, that's 3 years. I actually thought about you and CPO Williams when the Crusader Kings 3 thing didn't turn out. So I'm really happy you're still around. For those of you who don't know, Endors was watching the stream. If memory serves, it was during Gods Will Be Watching, which I enjoyed quite a bit. And I got to sort of read out a lot of the different characters and their dialogue and such. And Endors came at the... No, that's not a problem at all, Endors. I appreciate you still being around. I think you might be my longest sub. But I'm just really happy that you're around. So it gives me a chance to talk about you and wax nostalgic. But Endors was actually one of the people who came by when I was broadcasting, and I could never rely on there being anyone in chat at any time. In fact, I think specifically when Endors came into the channel, I had 2 days of 0 concurrent viewers for the entirety of the broadcast, which is good practice, by the way. Like, if you can fill a silence during that, you pretty much can handle most of what Twitch will throw at you. But Endors was definitely one of the first to also highlight the vocal qualities of the stream. Just here for the voice. Well, I mean, CK3 didn't turn out in the sense that I reached out to the person who handles the keys and was quite pointedly ignored to a point where I'd even asked, I said, when you have some time, would I be able to get some feedback on this? I thought this is a Twitter exchange. So there were 3 attempts to sort of reach out and no key. Now, I'm likely going to wind up getting the Microsoft subscription service at some point, so that will eventually give me access to CK3. But it's the first time in a couple of years that I haven't gotten something from Paradox, so which is a shame. But I mean, again, I'm not owed any of this stuff, right? I just was sort of really looking forward to covering that on the stream, and unfortunately, it didn't happen. So I'm doing Planetfall instead, and we'll move to Imperator just shortly after. All right. I just want to see if there's anything else. So Dr. Chakwas and Dr. I don't know if it's Michael or Michelle.
Hello, Commander Shepard. Welcome to Huerta Memorial Hospital. The human specialist medical officer in charge is Dr. Michel. Also, please note that specialists for all known Citadel species are on call. Please ensure that you observe proper decontamination protocols at all times while in this area.
You can really cover treatment for any kind of species here.
Huerta Memorial surpasses all requirements needed for any multi-species medical facility. This facility's attendant levels can also replicate the living conditions needed to accommodate other, more exotic species. Aquatic environments, for example, are available on short notice.
What about the medical staff? How do they deal with so many species?
All personnel are required to undergo mandatory and regular psychological evaluations, as well as refresher courses. Hospital administration understands how difficult it can be for staff to deal with such a wide variety of patients. It is imperative they be offered the support needed to retain their current high standards.
What else is in the area?
The Huerta Memorial Hospital has experts from every major race in residency. with many specializing in xenomedicine. The facility works with prestigious medical universities from around the galaxy, offering internships to residents and nurses. With access to cutting-edge technology and support from major pharmaceutical companies, the hospital ensures the best care to its patients.
Yeah, Crack Steve's gonna dump me as soon as Mass Effect's done. I guess I still have Andromeda. There's no promise that I'll do Andromeda, but I guess if people like the Mass Effect streams enough, I'll do it. As I mentioned, like the biggest problem that I have with doing Mass Effect is that clearly I sort of feel that I need to give some kind of added value, and obviously talking about the game, talking about the ideas behind it is a really good way of doing that. And it is, of course, my first experience with this title, so it's neat to sort of be able to reflect, given how impactful Mass Effect 2 was on my understanding of what games could be. It's neat to be able to kind of come back to the series with fresh eyes and see how I react to the conclusion of the series, having now played the first and second again. But Mass Effect Andromeda, the most recent one, the decidedly less popular but most recent entry in the Mass Effect series. I do run into the problem where I don't want to step on some of the dialogue that's given inside of the game. And I also want to try and make some kind of progress. Obviously, I don't mind taking the time to talk about the game or talk about, do little things like discover little bits of dialogue that I might pass over in other circumstances. But I do sometimes really struggle with games like this because I know that I don't have the cam, so I'm not able to do nonverbal communication. But I also know that talking over the dialogue is a way that I'm not able to be as clear as I would want, and then it also steps on the things that make the game interesting. So, oh really? Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't know how good it is overall. It was a game that was sort of pilloried when it first came out, but I think it's a sequel. I think it was originally supposed to be a prequel, but it's basically something outside of the outside of the Commander Shepard story. So it's one. I actually think it was one of the last games that I bought. I think I bought it with Battlefield 5, and then I wound up getting my at the time Origin subscription, now EA Play Pro.
Where'd the hospital get its name?
It is named after President Christopher Huerta of Earth's United North American States. The donor who requested the tribute expressed the desire to remain anonymous.
Any other important areas I should know about?
The Normandy is currently docked in D-24, which is tagged to your biometrics. Docking Bay E-24 has been repurposed into temporary housing to accommodate the recent influx of civilians to the Citadel. If you wish to contact your species' official Citadel representative, please go to Citadel embassies. The Presidium Commons have been a cultural mainstay since the Council was first established at the Citadel.
Thank you.
Please speak with me again if you require further assistance.
All right.
Welcome to Serta.
Ah, neat. Flowers, large and fragrant bouquet of flowers grow in the Citadel's hydroponic gardens. A deluxe selection of chocolates, hard candies, and caramels. Warning, these sweets are suitable only for levo-amino acid-based life forms. Is this for, like, romance options? That's really funny if it is. Rumi, his remembrance. The works of Rumi, a 13th century Earth poet, have been continuously in print since the 20th century. This edition of his poems was created a few years ago to mark the 900th anniversary of his death. Tear Songs of the Plains, avant-garde poetry by the infamous Elcor performance artist Nokrik Tower. Critics agree that while Tower employs striking imagery, his verse structure suffers from an undisciplined laziness. And Love Fell, the book of free verse by reclusive Asari poet Teclis Bell. The sharp, pessimistic satire questions the ability of sentient races to rise above basic bloodshed. It's been a bestseller for decades. Hey, Azure Wind, how you doing? Thank you very much for that very healthy rate. I didn't know you were streaming tonight. Sorry guys, I know I've been talking quite a bit lately, but let me just, I really want to take a minute and talk about Azure Wind, because I was thinking to myself, not too long ago, it's like, it's been a while since I've seen an Azure Wind cast. Azure Wind is quickly becoming one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. If memory serves, I found him through Battletech. Actually, no, I believe he found me through Battletech. He was taking a quick break from XCOM in order to play the wonderful Harebrained Schemes realization of Battletech, one of the first sort of tabletop war games I ever played. But Azure Wind's real sort of claim to fame is his ability to play XCOM. Azure really likes playing games at their highest difficulty, and he has the skill to sort of back it up. So he's someone who, if you really like seeing games played at the highest level, he really knocks it out of the park as far as both his quality of gameplay, his ability to learn from mistakes, and his just his overall kind of gamesmanship. I actually don't really place a very high value on watching people for skill-based. I mean, I used to play Dota, so there were some professionals that I used to follow, but I tend to follow for personalities, which is certainly why I watched Azure in the first place. I will read the rest of these titles, but the advertising is driving me absolutely batty. But yeah, I mean, Azure did a great job with Battletech. And then I finally got to see him play both XCOM and XCOM 2. I actually haven't completed XCOM 2 yet. That's another thing on the list of things that I'll be doing on these Wednesday and Friday casts. So one of the things that I can actually say about Azure that's a bit different from, I'm pretty sure you discovered him through you, an excellent suggestion. Excellent, Woben. Yeah. So guys, I take the time to shout out people who I really like because I think they are worth watching, and I want to give you reasons for that. So the funny thing about Azure Wind is that he is one of the few people that I can recommend on a pure quality of gameplay point of view, but that isn't actually necessarily the reason I like watching him. He's got a great attitude. He handles backseating much better than I do. And he is somebody who really, like, I say, and it's true, like, when I've been backseat, I have never been told something about a game that I did not already know, or actually enhance the playthrough. But like, given how much I have talked about how good Azure Wind is at games and how good he is at learning games, like, he is somebody I think who could justifiably be a lot saltier about backseating than I am. But he's created a really great atmosphere for his stream. And while I think he's excellent at XCOM, and every time I watch him play it, I really want to play XCOM again and more, he has been branching out again. And so, I mean, he always branches out. He likes playing Rocket League, for instance. But I've had the pleasure of watching him play some Risk of Rain 2, which has been a lot of fun. But he was also doing Darkest Dungeon recently. I think you might have finished Darkest Dungeon, but I don't think you actually told me what you were playing most recently. But anyways, please do check out Azure Wind, particularly if you like watching me because of the strategy stuff that I do. He is exceptionally good at those types of games. And again, in kindred spirit, in the sense of somebody who does I mean, it's bad for me to say this about myself, but he does do a very good job of explaining sort of why he's doing certain things inside of a game, what his overall plan is. And I feel like you can learn a lot about the games that he plays by watching him. So back to XCOM playing Long War of the Chose. That's right. Yeah, no problem at all, Azure. It's a pleasure to do so. And I mean, you certainly have shared me with your audience more times than I think is entirely fair for me to claim, given my ramshackle little outfit here. But again, you do good stuff, and I definitely think you're very deserving of the attention you get. Although obviously with your hosts, you always give me far more than I can hand off to you. So I also really appreciate the fact that you remember the little folks like me. All right, let's take a look at what else we've got. I should also say too, I don't know how big of a fan you are of the Mass Effect series. I've not actually played number 3 yet. And I was so annoyed that leak came out that it's very likely we're getting a remaster of this series, because I had specifically planned to do Mass Effect 3. I'd been planning this for months. I was agonizing over what game to play, because I was thinking maybe Darkest Dungeon, maybe XCOM 2. I was like, no, you know what? I really want to do Mass Effect 3. And today, of all days, out of any possible number of days that leak could have happened, it had to be today. So I was like, screw it. I'll just say on Twitter that this was the plan all along. So. Thank you so much, Azure. That's incredibly kind of you to say. All right. Speaking of interesting stuff, let's keep hearing about what other things I can get at Certa Supplies. So, Among the Multitude, a collection of verses by Walt Whitman, a 19th century Earth poet. A percentage of each purchase goes to the Whitman Foundation, a charitable organization that provides hospital care to those who can't afford it. They come into your house on this day. Collected Alfred Tennyson. Clearly that's Volus, right? No. This volume of poems by Alfred Tennyson is a newly released edition that was printed in extremely limited quantities by Oxford Press. This version is highly sought after by book collectors. So, Dr. Chakwas? It would be great if I could find gray hair first. That's probably the best indicator.
So, the nurse tells me you've refused to bathe and you only want to talk to another Asari.
Yes. Can I have a gun?
I'm sorry, no.
Maybe I could be transferred to another hospital then. Someplace unsecured. I could have a gun then, right? And no humans. Wherever you transfer me, it shouldn't have humans.
The humans are our allies. You don't trust them?
No.
Yeah, go nuts, Crack Steve.
How are my eyes? What color are they right now?
Maybe you could tell me what happened.
The Council called the invaders Reapers, the same term once used by disgraced Commander Shepard to refer to a theoretical enemy.
Oh, there she is.
Shepard, there you are.
Dr. Chakwas, you're here?
I'm working at an Alliance R&D lab down in Shelter Wards, coordinating closely with Admiral Hackett. I heard you escaped Earth in the Normandy, and that someone was critically injured. I came as fast as I could.
We had a run-in with the Cerberus synthetic on Mars. Ashley took the worst of it. How's she doing?
Very well, all things considered. I'm impressed with Lieutenant Commander Williams' resilience, as well as Dr. Michel's expertise. I wish I could have been there to help on Mars.
It's been 6 months, Doctor. How have you been?
Good. I've been fortunate. When they impounded Normandy, the Alliance didn't really know what to do with me. I was never officially part of Cerberus, and I'd gotten a proper leave of absence from my previous post.
So you hadn't technically done anything wrong by joining me to defeat the Collectors?
Yes, though I suppose if you were judged to be a war criminal, I would have been tried as an accessory.
Your place is in Normandy's medbay, not some lab.
I couldn't agree more. You say the word and I'm with you.
The Normandy wouldn't be the same without you, Doctor. Get your things. Docking Bay D-24.
Yes, Commander. And thank you.
Don't thank me so soon. Remember, Joker's still aboard.
And I'd be surprised if he's been remembering his medication.
It is actually kind of interesting. We haven't actually seen Joker yet. We've seen, we've seen the new crew members, but we've always been below decks. We've only ever heard, them. There's actually a side. So my original dialogue choice was going to be, it's like, you belong in the lab, because it was like complementary to her research abilities. I'm glad I didn't go for that, because that seems really mean given the fact that she wants to be in it. So where did Dr. Michel? There we go.
Commander Shepard, good to see you.
Dr. Michel, it's been a long time. You've come a long way from that small clinic down in the wards.
You belong in a
Because of
museum.
you, I don't know where I'd be if you hadn't dealt with Fist and his dogs. Now I'm head physician in a Presidium clinic. You gave me this chance. I assume you're here about Lieutenant Commander Williams?
How's Ashley doing?
The head trauma was severe, but we reduced the swelling quickly. These types of injury can go either way. She hasn't regained consciousness yet, but her vitals are strong, so I'm optimistic. You can go see her if you like. She's just down the hall.
This war may leave a lot of injured people homeless. Can the Citadel clinics care for them all?
We're fine now, but I'm worried. Every hospital on the Citadel is preparing for the worst. I hear the docks are tightly controlled, but we just can't leave people floating out there forever.
So are you talking about when you said, okay, wait, these side conversations go on after each mission or talk you have with people, so make sure you check up on them? Because that was true for the previous games as well.
How are your medical supplies holding up?
We're well stocked now, but I can't say I'm not worried about the future. We've posted guards on our reserves. War profiteering has already begun.
With a center of this size, you must have a lot of direct reports.
We've got 12 full-time doctors and over 50 support staff. It can be overwhelming, quite different from my days in the wards.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about
the good work, Doctor.
You're talking about the side. Okay. No, I believe they were kind of pre-recorded. So you're saying like as I go.
It's a small human colony. We were supposed to help with evac. The enemy was landing. Just scouts, the Turian things, a few of the big ones. We were spread over half the continent, getting colonists to shuttles, wiping out husks.
It sounds like you were doing good work.
Could I have a gun? I'd feel a lot better.
Just tell me what happened at Tiptree.
Yeah, I can remember. One of the ones I really like is the friend-zoned Turian talking with the Quarian about the human like she went on a really bad date with. A few more people have these types of conversations, and 3 break your heart. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make sure that Crack Steve is here, and we make sure that we have some tissues.
Patient's stable for now.
That was touch and go. Good work, Dr. Freilich.
Narrow splint's still the best course of action.
I'll see if we have the required spatial bindings. Meet you back here.
Oh my God, your face! What happened?
You banged up there, Williams. Got me worried. I just wanted to check in on you. See how you're doing. Despite all this, it's good seeing you again, Ash. Get some rest, okay? I'll come by when you're feeling better. We'll talk. You need anything, Doc, let me know. Okay, Ash. You take care.
Rub some dirt on it, you'll be fine.
See you soon.
If you romanced Ash, you could buy her flowers, poetry, and chocolate. You know what I'm most happy about with Boyfriend Dungeon? Apparently, you can like do none of the dating and get a cat.
Well, we need to prescribe you another round of antibiotics.
For when I ship out?
I have some bad news. Your squad applied the Medigel correctly, but infection had already set in by the time they found you. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we have to remove your leg below the knee.
What? But I don't understand it. It doesn't even hurt.
That's because we've already cut it off.
You off the painkillers, Lieutenant.
I think I did buy the Space Hamster in Mass Effect 2. Which of our crew members is going to wind up on this one? Roll the let's spin the wheel and decide who we send on a suicide mission. I'm pretty sure I got it because I know everybody was reminding me of that, like that Pillars of Eternity clone. It's Baldur's something or other, and the miniature giant space hamster.
Welcome, Commander Shepard. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
Oh, good. Nobody told me I was a bad person for saying that this time.
Hello, Commander Shepard. Welcome to Citadel Embassies. The current human ambassador is Dominic Osoba. Commander Bailey is the CSEC officer on duty. You will find him in the Citadel Security District office.
What else is in the area?
This area is reserved for human embassy personnel and attending CSEC security. The human embassy prides itself on offering swift assistance to any who fall under its auspices.
Where's the Spectre Requisitions office?
The Spectre Requisitions District office is down the hallway to your left. Note that requisition forms are available only to agents whose biometrics are verified and on file.
We need guns. Lots of guns.
Any other important areas I should know about?
The Normandy is currently docked in D-24, which is tagged to your biometrics. Docking Bay E-24 has been repurposed into temporary housing to accommodate the recent influx of civilians to the Citadel. For medical needs, the Presidium offers leading-edge care at the Huerta Memorial Hospital. The Presidium Commons have been a cultural mainstay since the Council was first established at the Citadel.
That's it. Thanks.
Please speak with me again if you require further assistance.
Please tell the Primacy that the Vol Protectorate wishes to assist with the Alliance project. We had a Prothean obelisk that might have helped. Sadly, it was lost in the
Oh,
Shrine.
cool.
Nevertheless, we are committed to helping both the Turian Empire and the Human Alliance.
So it looks like I just got a journal entry for overhearing that conversation. That's a nice touch. It's actually, I think, you know, I don't want to, I don't want to come off as too lukewarm on the game, but I actually think it's kind of neat. So one thing about games like this is that there's only so much you can do, right? You can't, like, every game can't be Assassin's Creed Unity, right? You can't have these massive crowds to run around in. And clearly in the case of Mass Effect, it's inappropriate because you're not using crowds to sort of hide from pursuers or something along those lines. But the challenge, of course, is that if you only have a handful of people in an area, especially if it's supposed to be like a big stock market or something like that, you want to try and create the impression that there is this bigger world out there. And so it's actually kind of neat where they've given, maybe it's not that they've given you a reason, but there's sort of this idea that if you're paying attention to the details, and as you are going through and experiencing this world, it's not just that it's like, okay, so we paid these voice actors and we want to get our money's worth, so we created a little bit of background chatter for you. But it's rather, by listening to this, you are actually learning more about the world, and that fact is being reinforced by the little achievement thing, right? Because it's Telltale uses the same trick. So and so remembered that very clearly every time that line is invoked. It may be recorded in the background, but it's definitely not something that actually has any bearing on the conclusion of the game. Only some of them do. But you better believe you pay attention every single time that comes up. And the mere threat that might come up in response to something that you do tends to make you take all of your actions a lot more seriously. And so, I mean, I'm one of these people who kind of likes to live in the world, and I don't mind taking the time to stop and smell the roses. But the fact that there's a little little journal entry that just came up, and it turns out that they're talking about a Prothean relic, and of course this is the thing that we're using to try and save the universe, TM. It's a nice little touch that suddenly gives me, again, same environments as Mass Effect 2, but suddenly I'm a little bit more invested in that world going on behind the scenes. The Space Happens a side mission or the relic? Correct, Steve.
There is no anti-humanity conspiracy here, Ms. Al-Jalani. The Council's simply not granting interviews at this time.
My viewers are going to know that CSEC and the Council are denying them access.
Listen, lady, you think I like playing gatekeeper between the paparazzi and the politicians? I don't have time to babysit them, and I'm not here to hold your hand.
Well, I'm camping out until I'm granted an audience.
Fine. I hope you brought a sleeping bag.
Commander Shepard? Commander, humanity has questions.
Damn press.
See, you're keeping the peace?
Yeah, I feel like a glorified doorman.
Most people would see it as a move up.
Wedged in here with all the stuffed shirts? I'd rather be back down on the streets. I appreciate the higher pay grade, but I'm not a political creature.
If you didn't want to be upped, why'd you accept?
You don't say no to Counselor Udina. Well, maybe you would, but I gotta live here. I know, squeaky wheel gets the oil, but I didn't lobby for a promotion like some other officers. And not even sure why he picked me. Never know with politicians. I hate political BS.
Don't lose your edge. You might need it.
Oh, wouldn't mind an excuse to get my fingers dirty. It's killing me about Earth.
You and me both.
I haven't been back in years. Now I may never. If this ain't the end of days, it's pretty damn close.
This is one thing I've always found a little odd. Maybe odd isn't the right word, but there definitely seems to be something of a disparity in terms of how seriously people take the Reaper threat. Now, this might be just kind of a bearing on how seriously people take what Commander Shepard has been saying, but I think there's a fairly heavy, I think there's a pretty heavy implication that there is a certain amount of, propaganda, for lack of a better term, that is either trying to downplay the severity of the Reaper threat or to talk about it in different terms. Definitely, that seems to be the state of the world when this game is introduced, as far as the human side is considered. So, Bailey obviously is somebody that we spoke with before, but I'm not entirely sure that he was kind of privy to all of the details of what we were doing on the previous missions. So again, it's one of these ones where this isn't me. Again, I need to stress, especially for people who might be coming in recently, this is definitely not me sort of like poking my finger in the eye and I'm like, this is as good as Mass Effect 2. There's plenty of people who can do that already. But it's a little bit of sort of dissonance. And this is actually kind of true in number 2, except that most of the people where that would apply, I don't really think... Like, they're familiar enough with your mission where it's like, yeah, of course they're going to be talking about the Reapers. In this case, though, there is something of a question in terms of like, well, why didn't people take this more seriously at the time? And again, I think there's a certain degree of people not necessarily wanting to admit that this threat exists. But then there's the sort of the secondary consideration in terms of whether or not it's... what we're doing is necessarily the right way of approaching this problem. And so having introduced that idea, it's creating a couple of points. Maybe, I don't want to say confusion because that's a little bit stronger than what I want to say, but definitely one of these points where I'm like, hang on a second, I need to sort of double check where we're at in terms of people's understanding of what's going on, because people who I would not normally associate with being well informed about what's going on, seem to know about a threat that, for the most part, has kind of been covered up, for lack of a better term. All right, welcome to the Spectre Information Processing Center. The terminal offers secure information, access, and support for authorization of covert operations or requisitions. It is restricted to operatives currently on active duty with special tactics and reconnaissance. Any operation requiring payment can be executed at the terminal nearby, which supports secure and untraceable financial transactions. Quarian Fleet Intel. Quarian Pilgrim Gen Valan Narnima on the Citadel received a large credit transfer from the fleet. Gen Valan purchased tech, including high-end weapon mounts and kinetic barrier emitters from several ship service centers. On Ilium, another Quarian pilgrim, unidentified, was observed searching for a ship traveling close to the Perseus Vale. The pilgrim was later heard saying that his pilgrimage was recalled. Data suggests the Quarian fleet is withdrawing its pilgrims and upgrading ships for combat somewhere near the Perseus Vale. This could be a reaction to the Reaper invasion, but no formal offer of request for assistance has come. Intel suggests the Quarians may instead be preparing for conflict with the... Oh. Interesting. All right, so I'm going to have to spend a lot more than what I have. Oh, that's not entire. No, yeah, I'm going to have to spend a lot more than I have. There's the Black Widow. An alliance wanted to reduce the reload time of the original Widow rifle without sacrificing its stopping power. The solution was to increase the number of shots the gun could fire before it needed a fresh thermal clip. Heavy for a sniper rifle, the Black Widow's firepower more than compensates for its encumbrance. And I'll leave the rest until I can actually afford it. I mean, I'll do it just so I can see, but... This is the third John Wick movie. Lots of testicular manslaughter. So, this seems like a good opportunity for me to try this grenade nonsense. If I have it. Guess I don't. I don't understand how this works at all. All right. I'm not entirely sure what this is supposed to be doing, but... So what do we got? So sniper rifle concentration mod increases damage by 5%, speeds perception by 25%, enhancing aim for a brief time. Biometric sensors and auto-targeting software adjust the user's pulse and breath rate, assisting aim. And extended barrel increases damage by 15%, lengthens barrel, creating greater bullet velocity and impact. Happy enough with those. And I don't know if there's any mods. I'm guessing not. I'd kind of like to figure this stuff out on my own, if you don't mind, Crack Steve. It's again, it's one of these cases where being able to play a game for the first time on stream. So one of the reasons why I play games for the first time on a stream is because there's really only one opportunity for me to have a natural reaction to things. And, not every game has, a mind-blowing moment where you need to get the pure response from someone. But I think especially because the Mass Effect games were an opportunity for me to sort of realize what gaming could be. Oop.
Councillor Udina said you'd be coming. If you'll follow me, the council is already in session.
We've got our own problems, Councillor. Earth is not in this alone.
But Earth was the first Council world hit. By our reports, it faces the brunt of the attack.
By your reports.
can rely on the council
The
to be
reports are accurate.
jackasses
Earth
about
was
it.
attacked by the Reapers. And it's just the beginning. We need your help. Everything you can spare.
Each of us faces a similar situation. Even now, the Reapers are pressing on our borders. If we lend you our strength to help Earth, our own worlds will fall.
We must fight this enemy together.
And so we should just follow you to Earth?
Even if we were to unite our fleets, do you really believe we could defeat the Reapers?
I don't expect you to follow me without a plan.
Counselors, we have that plan. A blueprint, created by the Protheans during their war with the Reapers.
A blueprint for what?
We're still piecing it together. But it appears to be a weapon of some sort.
Capable of destroying the Reapers?
So it would seem.
The scales. It would be a colossal undertaking.
No. I forwarded the plans to Admiral Hackett. The remnants of the human fleet are already gathering resources to begin construction.
That's a
Our
shame.
initial calculations suggest it is very feasible to build.
If we work together.
Have you considered that the Reapers destroyed the Protheans? What good did this weapon do?
It was incomplete. There was a missing component, here. Something referred to only as the catalyst. But they ran out of time before they could finish building it.
Do you really believe this can stop the Reapers?
That's interesting. I thought they were going to make a little bit more about the idea of trying to redirect resources in a crisis towards this large and untested technology. But it sort of seems like it's like, actually, this thing's really easy to build. Hackett's already picking everything up. That's fair.
Liara believes it can work, and so do I. And while I haven't always agreed with Udina, he's right about this. We need to stand together, now more than ever. The Reapers won't stop at Earth. They'll destroy every organic being in the galaxy if we don't find a way to stop them.
The cruel and unfortunate truth is that while the Reapers focus on Earth, we can prepare and regroup.
We are convening a summit amongst our species. If we can manage to secure our own borders, we may once again consider aiding.
I'm sorry, Commander. That is the best we can do.
Shepard, meet me in my office.
I hope that's an offer of support. I'll be digging up what I can on this Prothean device, Shepard.
They're a bunch of self-concerned jackasses, Shepard. We may have a spot on the council, but humanity will always be considered second-rate.
How can they be so blind?
They're scared, and they're looking out for themselves.
Our people are scared, and we are looking out for them the best we know how.
Counselor?
Commander, I can't give you what you need, but I can tell you how to get it.
I'm listening.
Primarch Vidorian called the War Summit, but we lost contact with him when the Reapers hit Palaven. Those meetings won't proceed without him. The Normandy is one of the few ships that can extract Primarch Vidorian undetected.
So far, you've only explained how I can help you.
It might seem that way. But the leaders of this summit will be the ones deciding our future. The fate of our fleets, where they fight, and with whom. A grateful Primarch would be a tremendous ally in your bid to unite us.
We're at war, and you want me to play politician?
If it gets you what you need, what does it matter? Our latest intelligence says that the Primarch was moved to a base on Palaven's largest moon. I've done all I can to help. The rest is up to you. There is one other thing. The Council wanted me to tell you, we've chosen to uphold your Spectre status. And various resources will be made available to you. Good day.
Well, that went well.
It's a start. I'll talk to the others in the meantime. See if we can support this summit. Move things along.
Thanks.
That is a nice little power move at the end. By the way, we decided to let you keep your status. So that's an interesting little follow up, because I had sort of assumed that the council was. I mean, yes, obviously everybody's scared about the Reapers, but I was thinking that perhaps their decision to secure their own borders was also a practical matter. So that choice that you're given earlier as to whether or not you save the council, or if you you take advantage of the crisis in order to sort of enforce humanity's to advance humanity's interests at the expense of the galactic community as a whole. I was wondering if perhaps that's just a little bit of a kind of a mirror image of that choice, and the council is taking its opportunity to sort of cut humanity off at the knees. That's not to suggest that isn't necessarily what's happening in there, but clearly the Turian council are coming in, saying a little bit of what what you can do in order to achieve your goal. Sure, there's the politicking. I mean, that nothing comes for free and whatnot, but it definitely it removes some of the more sinister implications of their decision.
The council. You saved their lives. And for what? Apologies that boil down to maybe later. If we don't figure out something, maybe later will be an epitaph on a mass grave of 11 billion.
I know what I'm gonna do. What are you gonna do?
Humanity has created some goodwill in the galaxy. Now we cash in our chips. I will get what funding I can, what materials I can, and spread the message. Help the humans, help yourselves. I'll institute a draft in our colonies and order all civilian ships armed. Work on the Prothean device will be around the clock.
Did you know a lot of people on Earth?
Many. It's monstrous to think of them being snuffed out, of course, but the part that gets me is Arcturus. I must have known most of the Alliance Parliament on a first-name basis. I required a second VI just to track all their birthdays and anniversaries. Rose Garden stuff, but to have it all gone.
You're a Citadel counselor. Don't you have options when the others block you like this?
With Parliament destroyed and Shastri gone, I have more power than any human in history. But today, you saw how little that is. Rest assured, I will not be counted out long. I know I can move mountains. Do not lose sight of that, because the task before us is moving planets.
Anderson would be proud, so long as you deliver. You think you can do that?
You need a carrot or a stick to drive a mule, and humanity has neither right now. Our armada is tied down fighting or fleeing, and with Earth's comm buoys gone, our economy is reduced to an IOU. But leave that part to me. I will lean on our colonies for all they're worth, and I can broker enough trade to repair and resupply Hackett's fleet.
What's your read on the counselors? Any angles I could pursue?
Tavos is a diplomat and compromiser, but she's wrapped up in defending Asari space like a mother panther. Valern is out of his depth. The Solarians like their wars won before they start. They're frightened now. Use that. And Sparatus, I'd take what he offers. It's strange days when the Turians are the least hostile to humans. And there's a need there.
Any news from Earth?
There is constant news. All of it bad. The Reapers are destroying satellites and the old nuclear missile silos, along with everything else that could help. We have a handful of quantum entanglers spread out over the continents. All other communication is cut.
I should go.
I'll be here.
I'm just going to take a quick second to see if any of my purchase options have changed, or if there's any additional intel. Okay.
Perhaps you can help me. I'm looking for my son.
But we spoke about this already. I told you about his mission and...
Nonsense. I just filled out the paperwork. He's very punctual when he's on the field. He checks in every week. Only, he hasn't checked in for a while now. A month. Anyway, I'd like to file an expedited contact request.
Yes, of course, ma'am. But the notes on his file state he's not under a contact ban.
Oh, you already looked. How kind of you. I'm just so worried. It's not like him to go quiet for so long.
As soon as I get news, ma'am, I'll let you know as soon as I get news.
Thank you. You're such a nice young woman. You know, you remind me of my daughter-in-law.
Weirds me out to see this guy just pop in and out of the world like that.
Commander Shepard! Commander Shepard, Khaleesa bint seen in Al-Jalani. Isn't it true that you were on Earth when the Reapers attacked? How do you justify running away while millions of people on Earth die? Is that the best we can expect from the Alliance?
I came to get help for Earth. For everyone.
What about all the people suffering while you play politics with the Council? What about them? How can you stand here while our families die? What are you going to do?
Khaleesa, we're doing everything we can.
Before they cut the feeds, there were so many dead.
I'm gonna stop the Reapers or die trying, but I need your help. Keep asking the hard questions. Don't let the Council forget about Earth.
I will. Thank you, Commander.
This is the same reason I let
We
the
haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm glad you're on our side.
same reason I put the newscaster on. Obviously, being able to give some kind of a an account of what's happening is important.
Commander Shepard. Please select a destination. One moment, please.
Now, I was planning on only going for about 3 hours because I
Now arriving at docking bay D24.
the good news is that I'm not quite having the same trouble sleeping as I used to. However, I did wake up really early this morning, sort of involuntarily. I couldn't get back to sleep. So I'm kind of I'm running on empty as of like an hour into the broadcast. But I am going to try and do whatever mission they throw at me. But if it winds up being a long one, I might have to pull back. It's a dream.
Liara, can I help you?
I've been forwarding the Turian Counselor information on the Prothean device. It can't be built without Council support, but he's not budging until their Primarch is safe.
I know.
Are you all right?
I didn't get what you'd call a good night's rest.
You and me both,
There's
Shepard.
more to it than that, isn't there? What's really bothering you?
The Reapers are here, now. And the Council, the other races, are only interested in looking after themselves. How many civilians are dying while they wait for us to make the first move?
At least the Council can't deny the Reapers exist. They'll come around. They've got to.
Commander Shepard, I'm Specialist... Oh. I beg your pardon. I thought you were alone.
I was just leaving.
Commander Shepard, I'm Comm Specialist Samantha Traynor with Alliance R&D. I was part of the team retrofitting the Normandy after you turned it over to the Alliance. There weren't many of us aboard when the Reapers hit.
Slow down, Specialist Trainer. You're doing fine.
Thank you. I worked in a lab. I never thought I'd be serving on a ship.
Why don't you tell me about the retrofits?
The ship's in line with Alliance regs now, and it has new, top-of-the-line, quantum entanglement communicators. In fact, Admiral Anderson had intended to use the Normandy as his mobile command center.
That's no longer an option.
Yes, I heard he chose to stay and fight. In any event, I'm honored to serve under you, Commander. For as long as you need me, that is. They only sent me here to oversee the retrofits.
Shepard, some of our systems require further testing, and Specialist Trainer has been extremely effective during installation. I would prefer that she remain.
Got it, Edie.
Oh, wait, since when does a virtual intelligence make requests?
Edie's an AI. Fully self-aware.
Oh, I knew it. I knew Joker was lying.
Jeff requested that I pretend to be a simple VI to protect myself. I apologize for the deception.
Thanks, Edie, and I apologize for all those times I talked about how... attractive your voice was. Anyway, shall I give you a tour? I think you'll be impressed by the new upgrades. In the CIC, you'll find the galaxy map where you can set the Normandy's destination. You can also check your messages at your private terminal. The War Room houses a strategic command center for mission-specific intel and war analysis. The shuttle bay contains an armory where you can modify your equipment between missions. Finally, Liara has set up a lot of hardware down in the old XO office on Deck 3. I think she's claimed that room. And there you are. Still the same ship as before, it just flies Alliance colors now. Speaking of which, I believe Admiral Hackett would like to speak to you at the VidCom.
Commander, Udina updated me on your meeting with the Council. Sounds like they're running scared.
We did present them with a lot of unknowns. They're feeling threatened and want immediate solutions, not theories.
Theories are all we've got right now. What's your plan?
I'm trying to get the Turian Primarch for a summit meeting with the Asari and Solarians. I'll bypass the Council and appeal directly to their leadership.
That's good, I like it. This is where we start laying the groundwork for our counterattack.
Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot to back it up right now.
Then build alliances. Gather everything and everybody you can for the cause.
What about the Prothean device?
Find me people who can help build it, and if you can't, I'll take ships, soldiers, supplies, whatever you can get. We need to keep hitting the Reapers across every theater of war they open. Buy us time to figure out the device.
And when it's finished?
Assuming it ever is, we pool all our resources. Think of it as a giant armada for delivering the device, when the Reapers are most vulnerable. The stronger you can make that armada, the better the chances of punching through.
What about Earth, sir?
We'll just have to hope Anderson and what's left of the Alliance forces can hold out until we've dealt with the enemy.
I understand.
Good. Then make it happen, Commander. I'll be expecting regular updates on your progress. Hack it out.
I'll admit the war room idea intrigues me quite a bit. I like the idea of getting a bit of a strategy game inside of Mass Effect. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be, but the possibility is tantalizing, and I'll be very sad if it doesn't happen. I'm mostly just taking a minute here to see if there's any people or codices that I can see. All right, the people, weapons, armies, and fleets that you've accumulated are your war assets. The overall readiness of the galaxy determines how effectively these assets will perform in the final battle. What? There's a final battle in this game? Okay. The Alliance. Okay. Systems Alliance represents humanity's economic, political, and military reach throughout the galaxy. Its naval forces are led by Admiral Stephen Hackett. Correct, Steve. I'm trying to be a little more relaxed about this, but would you mind if I played the game? I'm pretty sure most people on release didn't need a chat sort of telling them what they need to do. I don't find Mass Effect that difficult of a game to understand, and the idea of somebody sort of sitting over my shoulder and making sure that I don't make mistakes that I didn't really plan on doing is something that makes me not want to play games normally. The Alliance Engineering Corps cuts roads through mountains and builds bases on asteroids. While the bulk of the AAC has active wartime duties, their brightest are helping build a device of Prothean origin recovered on Mars. Due to the staggering amount of raw materials required, the AAC has been given unprecedented emergency funding for any Alliance resources that will not interfere with the deployment of troops. 103rd Marine Division, the old saying, every Marine is a rifleman, still holds true in the Alliance. Every Marine enlistee from clerk to sniper goes through a period of infantry training. As a result, the 103rd Marine Division is the Earth's largest collection of Special Forces soldiers. Officers from notable battles, such as the Skyllian Blitz and the First Contact War, run harsh training exercises in a variety of environments, insisting the Marines be prepared to storm any beach on any planet. This training has been useful in the Reaper War, as the 103rd can be fighting in an Arctic desert one week, crawling through the jungles the next. Updated, Admiral Hackett dispatched Marines to the planet Aratote to rescue a deep cover agent, Dr. Amandric Kenson. The teams were killed in an explosion that wiped out both the convoy and the system's relay. The Alliance spent weeks piecing together scattered radio transmissions, learning that the Marines felt that they had no choice but to send an asteroid into the relay to prevent invasion by the Reapers. While it bought the Alliance some time, the men and women lost on the mission were a severe blow to the 103rd Marine Corps. The Alliance First Fleet. The First Fleet was stationed near the Charon Relay when the Reapers invaded the Sol system. By the time Admiral Hackett issued the order to retreat, its size, once the largest in the Alliance Navy, had been cut by half. Commanding Admiral Ines Lindholm made the painful decision to use a tenth of the fleet's remaining vessels as cover so the remainder could escape. Her gamble paid off as the First Fleet limped out of the relay to rally with the rest of the Alliance forces on the run. Updated, this fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. Oh, this is a neat one. So the decision that you make in the previous game affects the strength when the Reapers come. I didn't even think of that possibility. That's a really nice touch. Station Arcturus, the Third Fleet, is headed by Admiral Nitesh Singh. When the Reapers came for the station, Singh had already pulled his command ship, the SSV Logan, back to an ideal firing position for its mass accelerator cannons. The Dreadnought's guns managed to slow down a destroyer before it could demolish the Third Fleet, but Singh was forced to retreat in the face of overwhelming opposition from the Reapers. Updated. This fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. And finally, the Fifth Fleet. The Fifth Fleet became famous across the galaxy after spearheading Alliance forces at the Battle of the Citadel. It was guarding Arcturus Station when the Reapers attacked. After a bloody and desperate battle, Admiral Hackett gave the order to retreat, sacrificing the entirety of the Alliance Second Fleet to give the Third and Fifth the chance to escape. The Fifth Fleet's engineers are busy repairing its damaged vessels, grimly anticipating a return to Earth and revenge against the Reapers. Updated, this fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have the strength. I have the time to rebuild the strength to its previous... Sorry. You can tell I'm getting tired. Time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. Theaters of war. Each conflict zone has a readiness rating that reflects its ability to contribute to the final battle. Left unattended, these zones can deteriorate and reduce the overall effectiveness rating. Oh, man. I'm curious how I stop that from happening. I will avoid the readouts for now. Okay, this will be interesting. Oh, and it looks like the models are not something that you just wind up buying all the time. It's something that you get for exploring. I'll admit, this is actually something that I rather like in Mass Effect, and I think to a certain extent it's justified. So the fact that there's collectibles that I can sort of run around. If I go to a shop, it's like, okay, well, this is, I was probably going to go to a shop to see if I could get a better gun anyway. But once in a while, the environments in Mass Effect are very beautiful, but every once in a while you get something like a room like this, which, it creates atmosphere, it creates an environment, but there's nothing really for me to do here. And so there's less of a reason for me to sort of sit and appreciate all this work that's gone into the world. Now that I've got some collectibles to pick up, I'm obviously going to be...
Come on, Sarah. If Thessia was lost and Earth hadn't been touched yet, you can be damn sure we'd be guarding our own borders.
Obviously I'm going to be paying closer attention to what's happening inside the... I wonder if that's so that I can load this bridge.
Commander, the Alliance has found a new Cerberus lab on Sanctum. Admiral Hackett would like you to investigate. Commander, come to check on your new recruit?
Just wanted to see how you were doing.
Still trying to get my bearings. When I was working on the Normandy's upgrades, I left at the end of the day. I didn't even have a toothbrush or a change of clothing until I made some emergency purchases on the Citadel.
Next time you need something, just ask. You're not alone here.
Oh, it's no trouble, Commander. I'm sure you have larger concerns.
We can put in a requisition order.
My toothbrush is a Cision Pro Mark 4. It uses tiny Mass Effect fields to break up plaque and massage the gums. It costs 6,000 credits.
Okay, yeah. You're on your own with that.
In any event, I appreciate you giving me the chance to stay. Was there anything else?
By the way, every once in a while, depending on the lighting, this version of Shepard looks a bit like Catherine Bigelow.
Where are you from originally?
A colony in the Terminus systems, actually. Though I studied on Earth, at Oxford. My parents were from London. They loved Earth, but they wanted the freedom a colony life could offer. If they stayed in London, I imagine they'd be dead right now.
A lot of people back on Earth are still alive, and counting on us.
Quite true, Commander.
You worked in Alliance R&D?
Yes. You'd think quantum entanglement would make communication easy, but imagine incorporating multiple incoming sources and then networking them with extrapolations of time-lag data to construct a coherent situation GUI. It's an exciting challenge. For me, anyway.
I'm surprised you're worrying about a toothbrush. We got bigger problems right now.
Oh, believe me. Seeing the Reapers on Earth was terrifying. But I won't help anybody by bursting into tears here in the CIC, will I? Being here on the Normandy helps. If anyone in the galaxy can stop the Reapers, it's you. And if flagging your messages and managing strategic intel helps you in any way, then it's worth it.
How'd you end up in the military anyway?
My family didn't have money for university. When the Alliance saw my aptitude scores, they offered me a full scholarship. I served my required years after graduation and decided to stay. I really like the challenges of the lab. Although, I'm sure I'll grow to love frontline service as well.
Carry on, Specialist.
So I'll take a look at my messages in a little bit, but I suspect there'll be some dialogue in the cockpit with Joker. Oh, they added a door. That or I just wasn't paying attention the previous time. I don't think there was a door here, though.
Hey, Commander. You know, I had my doubts about the Council. But after years of ignoring your warnings, they're finally willing to step up and tell you they just can't help.
They're doing everything they can.
Did they at least validate our parking? Well, let me know if you want me to get them on the channel and then hang up on them. You know, for old time's sake.
All right, let's see what my messages are. Again, I'm feeling a little uncertain about my ability to get a mission in, but we'll do our best. How to use powers effectively, advanced techniques like combination. Let's...
For increased tactical control, bring up the power menu. This pauses the action, giving you time to evaluate the battlefield, target new enemies, and select a power. To use a power to attack an opponent, target the enemy before pausing the game, then highlight and select the power. The power will fire at the targeted enemy as you return to action. For maximum tactical effectiveness, use squad mate powers in combination with your own, hitting enemies with up to 3 powers at once.
I'm lucky if I do it with 1. All right, I think I'm gonna leave these for another time because I'm pretty sure they're not gonna tell me anything I don't already know. All right, special ops, reinstatement, emergency flash traffic, urgent, ANN. Oh, sorry, these are all titles. So special ops. From Stephen Hackett, Shepard, Alliance forces are stretched thin across the galaxy. We need your specific talents for a series of ops. These missions will open doors for the Alliance in places we can't touch through conventional means. We'll deploy operatives to hold point after you've completed your objectives. I need you to head to a Cerberus lab on the planet Sanctum. I'll brief you when you're inbound. Reinstatement from Stephen Hackett. Commander Shepard, this letter formally acknowledges your reinstatement into the Alliance Navy per Admiral David Anderson's recent verbal communication. Under Emergency War Powers Regulation 903.5, you are hereby authorized to assume command of the Normandy SR-2. You are directed to begin interdiction operations against any and all enemies posing a threat to Earth, its colonies, and its allies. Furthermore, you are granted diplomatic authority to establish treaties with non-human races as required to support your mission. Sincerely, Admiral Stephen Hackett. Emergency flash traffic. Urgent from Alliance Fleet Operations. Flash X1A.34. All Alliance military personnel. This is a galaxy-wide alert for all human territories. Fleet Admiral Hackett has declared threat condition Saber 1. Enemy presence confirmed in the Sol system. Earth under Reaper attack. All Alliance military personnel are directed to evacuate Sol system at first available opportunity. Do not attempt Earth approach. Heavy enemy resistance reported. Repeat, do not attempt Earth approach. Further instructions to follow on coded channel Crimson Tacit. Earth-based Alliance personnel unable to evacuate are directed to commence any and all necessary countermeasures. All remaining Alliance personnel outside Sol Theater are directed to muster at pre-appointed staging areas and commence offensive combat operations at first available opportunity. In absence of further instruction, independent actions is authorized. ANN Alert, new article Quarian Fleet from the Alliance News Network Information Partners by Ruxus Rilius, ANN contributor. Citadel, where's the Quarian Fleet? The latest intelligence shows the Reapers are taking system after system at a feverish pace. Members of all races are fleeing their stations, colonies, and in some cases their homeworlds. This kind of forced exodus might seem especially familiar to the nomadic Quarians, who were pushed off their homeworld by synthetic Geth centuries ago, but as the galaxy pushes back against the Reapers, the Quarians are conspicuously absent. Turian and Alliance spokespeople cannot provide the fleet's current location. They say that they have other concerns at the moment. Whatever the Quarians are up to, they want it kept secret from the Council. After a refueling stop at Ilium, the fleet left no stated destination. There are also reports of a galaxy-wide call for all young adult Quarians to abandon their pilgrimages to rejoin the fleet. Greedy and short-sighted powers will always try to gain the upper hand in times of galactic crisis. We can only hope that whatever the Quarians are planning does not interfere with the only thing that should matter, stopping the Reapers. Read Ruxus Rilius' regular column, View of the Empire, exclusively on ANN. Alright, I think I'm going to do the same. I was originally going to go for... yeah, this would be fun to check out all before, and I'm sure there's some dialogue that I might miss the opportunity for, but I think I'll do the Hackett mission. Conquered system clusters already conquered by the Reapers can be accessed using the Normandy stealth drive. Search these clusters for survivors, salvage, and valuable intel. Ooh. Oh, wow. The Normandy is equipped with a new and improved scanning pulse that can detect objects of interest. Use this to uncover war assets, artifacts, intel, and fuel as you fly around a system. Be aware, however, that each time the pulse is used, the chance that Reapers will enter the system to investigate is increased. If a Reaper enters the system you are in, flee and wait until you have completed a mission before returning. So I am a little curious. I'm not going to do the scan yet, but I am a little curious as to whether or not I can still do mining and whatnot. Darwin, a mid-sized rock planet. Darwin is ironically named, being one of the worst places for life in the galaxy. Its atmosphere is punishing, its temperature boiling, its chemical makeup toxic. Carbon monoxide and methane wrap the planet in an unyielding haze, and scans of its surface show only silicates and molten tin. Its daily thermal fluctuations lead to hurricane-level vortices, 2 at each pole, forming the eyes that can be seen from orbit. Despite all this, Darwin is used by spacers as a drive core discharge point. Hydrogen pierces the clouds in the upper atmosphere, making for a relatively benign approach. An unusually hot Wallace, an unusually hot Pegasus or hot Jupiter. Wallace was originally an extrasolar planet that entered the system and was captured by the gravity well of the G-class star Skepsis. Tidally locked, Wallace's hot side reaches temperatures over 2,500 degrees Celsius. While not large enough proportionate to the star to cause eclipses visible from Watson, it is easily seen at dawn or dusk by one of the brightest objects in the sky. Franklin, a large moon. Franklin retains a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide, but its desolate surface holds no signs of water or life. In order to defend Watson from the pirates of the Terminus systems, Franklin is home to 2 Alliance spaceports and naval bases capable of fielding 6 fighter squadrons each and a classified number of interplanetary ballistic missiles. Mass effect fields keep the gravity in its installations at a comfortable level for long-term living. Watson. Watson is known in human media for 2 things: its spectacular tides brought on by a large moon, and the bureaucratic snafu over which Earth nations got to settle there first. Watson is a garden world first discovered in 2165 CE, with credit claimed by the Chinese People's Federation, the United North American States, and the European Union. The Systems Alliance brokered the infamous Reykjavik Compromise, allowing limited colonization from each coalition in cities comprised of populations from each nation. Watson itself trends colder than Earth, with a temperate zone measuring about 30 degrees latitude in either direction from the equator. Its life does not easily map to Earth's evolutionary areas. Some islands have species that resemble terrestrial placental mammals. Others are overrun by arthropods. It is estimated that at least 2 more generations of xenozoologists will be needed to properly classify all the species on the planet. Crick. Known for its spectacular geysers that can be seen from orbit, Crick is a rock planet with expansive frozen oceans. Though it is within temperature and pressure range for human habitation, its thick atmosphere is largely carbon dioxide and monoxide, making breath masks or environmental suits mandatory. The most abundant resources for exploitation are the potassium salts found in its seabeds, which fetch a good price on terraforming worlds. So one thing I'm going to try here, because there's 2 objects, I'm going to do scan.
I found something.
Aha. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like there's anything else here. This is definitely a little bit more interesting than the I mean, the minerals is kind of fun to paint and mess around with a little bit, but it doesn't like I'm not gonna feel too sad that I'm not spending the time combing the entire planet to find stuff. Ah, okay. The record of a fuel depot destroyed by enemy forces. Fuel can be salvaged from the debris. Recovered 200 units of fuel. That's a shame because I'm already full up. Pauling. A hydrogen-methane gas giant, Pauling's gravitational field is believed to have cleared most of what would otherwise have been a sizable asteroid belt. The 2163 mission of space probe Ultimate gave the inhabitants of Watson reams of data reinforcing this theory, giving the colonists an accurate count of its moons, 66, rings, moon-like ring objects, and more than 200 impact craters on the surface of its metallic core. Ultimate has since been retrieved for reuse on subsequent missions within the solar system. All right, name for the 21st century pioneer of groundwater remediation techniques, Kaimowitz is an impressive layer of ice over stony metallic core. Despite its size, it has only one moon, Noah, which shares its carbonaceous composition, leading astronomers to believe it formed following a giant impact. Iridium deposits have attracted miners to the planet who must work through robots and telepresence because of the planet's strong gravity. So I kind of wanted to ride the edge of the scan, partly because I sort of know that I'm going to be doing this mission. I mean, I probably should check out what I can. There we go. Linnea Cloaked is a methane-clouded hothouse planet. Its lack of metal-rich core and significant magnetosphere allows for an easy scan, which reveals mining equipment on its surface. It can be deduced that the mining occurred within the last 5 years. Any longer, and the machines would have worn down to nothing by the excessive heat and dust storms of iron oxide. Okay, I won't complain about credits. Apparently there are more assets, huh? So extra fuel's obviously welcome. And finally, our mission. Sanctum is proof the old spacer adage, just because it's a garden world doesn't mean it's a picnic. Freezing ice storms cover the poles and temperature zones, leaving a narrow strip of habitable land at the equator. Dry but windy, this area is home to Sanctum's minimal terrestrial plant life. This planet has yet to develop land-based animals, though invertebrates grow quite large in its pelagic seas. Mining, referred to as ice cracking, at anywhere but the equator is common employment on Sanctum. The planet is rich in platinum and palladium deposits, as well as boron, which is locally used in semiconductor doping. Travel advisory. Carbon dioxide levels on Sanctum can reach 5,000 parts per million during thermal inversions. Travelers should carry a breath mask at all times and consult the Sanctum World Weather Service for warnings. Travel advisory. Piracy is at a 14-year global high on Sanctum. Visitors should take appropriate security precautions. I think I'm just going to go with the standard loadout. Oh yeah, it's going to want me to spend my points. I don't think I'm ready to, but Liara is going to need her points. So I think I'm just going to do the same thing. We'll put 2 levels in everything. So given, this is one of the funny things, is that given the fact that I'm really bad at using abilities, when I should be focusing on things that don't involve the special abilities. Right, I can take everything up to level 3, and then I think I have points left over. Oh wait, no, I screwed up. But that's fine because we can still spread it out before we make the hard choices.
Commander, I've got a hail from Admiral Hackett.
Put him through, Lieutenant.
Shepard, we've uncovered a secret Cerberus lab, function unknown. We sent in a recon team, but they were forced to pull out before they got very far.
Any other intel?
We think they're using the facility to warehouse and study Reaper tech. We've been wondering how Cerberus is connected to the Reapers, and this might give us some answers.
We're on it.
Find out what Cerberus is doing and get me any Reaper tech samples you can, Commander. Hack it out.
On my way.
I'll avoid the fight until I know I have to commit. I keep forgetting that there's the melee and sort of the stealth stuff that I can do. So it might be slightly more interesting to try those approaches. Not a very good guard, is he? I'm just trying to find all the stuff I could loot before I commit too heavily. Personal log C. Talavi, finally here. Wow, the troops are really intense. No one smiles ever. And suicide on capture orders? Seriously? They call training integration, but I think I start being integrated tomorrow. Can't wait. Music's definitely holding up, as I suppose as one would expect. It's definitely not a surprise to know. It's shameful. It's not a surprise to know that Mass Effect has a good soundtrack. Yeah, I guess there isn't really an excuse for me to like not to be using these the special ammo.
Well, that's weird looking. Guess we found it.
Got the sample.
Roger that. Meet you at the landing pad.
That can't be it. Again, I'm just taking a minute here to see if there's any other goodies for me to do. Personal log, Seat to Valley. Integration successful. Suicide on capture orders confirmed. Cerberus is my friend. Obey, protect humanity at any cost. I mean, it might be that it just gives... it might be that this is just about getting me a whole bunch of resources for picking up an item. We'll see how it turns out.
Second sample located, Commander. Nav point updated.
Good work.
Oh. So this is definitely a time. I need to get this right. So yeah, I gotta remember to use my abilities more often, because that's sort of personal log, seed develop. Nope, we've already read that.
But the signature is new to me.
Second sample secured. Heading back to you now.
Negative, Commander. Head got hot. Had to bug out. Got 3 birds on my 6. Taking fire. Scratch that. Making 4.
We just need to hold out until Cortez can pick us up.
Nothing like having your back to the wall.
Never said it would be easy.
I might switch to fire at the rate this is going. Oh, that is disgraceful. Okay, that's bad.
Stay focused. This isn't over yet.
I can do this.
I guess I have to use the med kit.
All day.
It is
Copy. What's your status?
Engaging multiple targets.
Lieutenant!
Commander.
Just stay focused and keep at it.
It's kind of interesting. I'm trying to find out if the AI companions are more or less autonomous than before. Because in some cases I sort of feel like they've run off into places that were kind of dangerous for them. But on the other hand, they did just sort of run around and take out an enemy from behind, which is a decent little flank that I didn't tell them to do, so. I feel like maybe what I could benefit from would be sort of a like a tactical map, just to say where everybody is.
Cortez, do you copy?
I hope he's still alive.
You'll make it. Let's just keep the landing pad clear. Extraction as soon as you can get here.
Okay, I'm screwed. I mean, I deserve this for being completely disrespectful of the threat that this stuff does. Oh, okay, that I'm a little annoyed by. Hey, Apocalypse! I'm actually getting ready to finish up. This is the first time I've done number 3.
As soon as you can get here.
I tend not to get pretty salty when I'm just like disrespecting the cover system and you know, and I get owned that way. Like this is me kind of being stupid, but when I'm behind cover and then I inexplicably jump up and take damage, that does make me a bit mad. Who am I gonna smooch? I have done so. I've played Mass Effect 2 before, but I never played Mass Effect 1. Damn it! Oh, I'm gonna get killed again. Ah! I keep forgetting it's shift, not space. I didn't die until Apocalypse came in. Let me just take a quick second here and shout her out because she's another wonderful caster. And for those of you who are coming in from Apocalypse's channel, I will take a minute to shout out Azure Wind again, who gave us a host a little bit earlier. Azure Wind is great at strategy games. Great personality, which I could say the exact same about Apocalypse as well. What were you playing tonight, if you don't mind asking? There's a lot of things to really like about Apocalypse, one of which I will add is that she's someone who invited me on a podcast. And this is a really nice thing because I actually like being interviewed and I like being on sort of podcastish sort of things. But the real problem is, like, the last time somebody suggested me for that, it was like somebody was like, I've never heard who this guy is. It was sort of like, because they're not going to advance my view count. I am going to be able to do cover, right? It's like, because they're not going to advance my cover, i.e. me, like I'm not going to advance their viewership. I was unworthy of being interviewed, and I felt very annoyed by that. So it's one of these things where I feel like I mean, maybe the interview on Apocalypse's podcast revealed the counterclaim. But she was kind enough to invite me on as a guest with her and It's D-Pain's the Pointless Discourse podcast, and we got to talk about science fiction movies, which made me feel great because I got to project my opinions out into the internet. But number two, it was also a lot of fun. They are both very thoughtful and interesting people, and I actually got some films that I hadn't seen out of my out of my movie-going experience. So if you guys want to watch the recordings of these podcasts, both Apocalypse and It Is D-Pain do them on their Twitch channels. But on top of that, not just because yours truly was on it, but it's a very worthy podcast to be checking out on your own, and I encourage you to do so. But the other thing, in addition to the personal benefit that I got, Apocalypse absolutely kills it with visual novels. So she said, jumping back into some Steins Gate. I'll actually just take a minute. I'll get this out of my system here. Apocalypse does a wonderful job with visual novels. I am looking forward to Boyfriend Dungeon getting released so that I can see her cover it. But on top of that, I got to see her do I Love You, Colonel Sanders, which was a hoot. And she also does a great job with Steins Gate. So definitely sell you better than I could ever sell yourself. Well, that's my jive. If it's somebody else saying it, then it has to be true, right? So. But to answer Apocalypse's question about who am I going to smooch, that's got to be a mystery for number 3. But so far with Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2, no romance options. Will we get our climax at the climax?
Commander, we've got our best engineers looking at the Reaper tech you secured from that lab.
What was Cerberus doing with it?
We don't know yet, but whatever Cerberus is up to, it can't be good. Even if we can't determine its
How you doing,
purpose, we
Spider Owens?
disrupted their experiments.
I doubt they'll just close up shop.
Agreed. We'll keep sending strikes against the facility. Good work, Commander.
So I am a little curious. I think this is going to have to be it for Mass Effect. But tell you what, because Apocalypse was so nice to give me a host, and I always feel like a bit of a heel when I get a host from someone who I really like watching, like Azure Wind or Apocalypse, and then wind up leaving. I have been trying to get through the codices, and so I want to take a quick look at the War Terminal and just see what my decision to pursue that objective, to see how that affected the map. If you guys were here for the shooting, we're going to have to say that will be for another day. But for those of you who like, the sound of my voice and would like to hear some Mass Effect lore in the form of a reading, stick around and you'll get both some of the BioWare recording as well as my own material. I will also just mention too, so normally Wednesdays was for Cultist Simulator. That will be YouTube only for a little while, and I'm debating. I have been really enjoying Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I'm debating about doing that on Friday, but my intention largely is to sort of stick with a game to completion, and so I'm quite happy to make Mass Effect 3 a Wednesday and Friday game until we finish it. And if you guys have any opinions about what you would like me to do on Friday, I'd be interested in hearing them. Because I don't know whether or not mainlining Mass Effect is going to be something that turns people off, or if that's something that people would prefer over Rebel Galaxy. Okay, so we did get some extra stuff. Crucible. Completing the Crucible device will require entire systems of resources and skilled workers, as well as the galaxy's brightest scientists. Javelin missile launchers developed by the Alliance. Javelin missiles release dark energy upon impact. This creates devastating space-time disruptions, magnified warp fields that strip away a target's molecular bonds. Even the strongest kinetic barriers will eventually collapse after multiple impacts from these rockets. Alliance R&D commandeered several colony factories and now produces enough Javelin missile launchers for all dreadnoughts in the Allied fleet. Ex-Cerberus, the Elusive Man's methods became... So as the Elusive Man's methods became more extreme, skilled operatives abandoned Cerberus. They have offered to help stop the Reapers any way that they can, and we've gained the research data. Data liberated from a Cerberus research lab includes reports on the composition and strengths of various Reaper units. Alliance scientists are fact-checking the information, but it appears to be genuine, so Alliance military VIs can use it to strategize against the Reapers' ground forces. All right, everything else still seems to be at 50%. Okay, Endors is excited for the read. You know what? We'll save the game after we get the journal done. So, as is always the case, we'll do a couple of the pre-recorded ones, and then we'll do the secondary codices for those of you who prefer it when I read.
In the early 2160s, the Alliance began. The Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder weapons, eaten by predators was still the #1 cause of Krogan fatalities. Afterwards, it was death by gunshot. When the Solarians discovered them, the Krogan were a brutal, primitive species struggling to survive a self-inflicted nuclear winter. The Solarians culturally uplifted them, teaching them to use and build modern technology so they could serve as soldiers in the Rachni War. Liberated from the harsh conditions of their homeworld, the quick-breeding Krogan experienced an unprecedented population explosion. They began to colonize nearby worlds, even though these worlds were already inhabited. The Krogan rebellions lasted nearly a century, only ending when the Turians unleashed the Genophage, a Solarian-developed bioweapon that crushed all Krogan resistance. The Genophage makes only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies viable, and today the Krogan are a slowly dying breed. Understandably, the Krogan harbor a grudge against all other species, especially the Turians.
I thought I was your favorite narrator, Strider Owens. Thanks. And thank you very much for stopping by, Apocalypse. Like I said, I'll be wrapping up pretty soon. Enjoy your snacks. I would actually love to hear about the decisions you made in Mass Effect 1 and 2, including who you smooched. But I will not keep you from snacks. So that will be a conversation that we have at a later time, either in my channel or yours. I will try to refrain from asking those questions while you are podcasting with It Is D-Pain, unless you just so happen to be talking about the Mass Effect games when you're podcasting.
Driven from their home system by the Geth nearly 3 centuries ago, most Quarians now live aboard the Migrant Fleet, a flotilla of 50,000 vessels ranging in size from passenger shuttles to mobile space stations. Home to 17 million Quarians, the flotilla understandably has scarce resources. Because of this, each Quarian must go on a rite of passage known as the Pilgrimage when they come of age. They leave the fleet and only return once they have found something of value they can bring back to their people. Other species tend to look down on the Quarians for creating the Geth and for the negative impact their fleet has when it enters a system. This has led to many myths and rumors about the Quarians, including the belief that underneath their clothes and breathing masks, they are actually cybernetic creatures, a combination of organic and synthetic parts. The Volus are a member species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Irun, their home world, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen air mixtures are poisonous to them, and in the low-pressure atmospheres tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authorized the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy.
All right, that's species dealt with. So we will move on to the Citadel and Galactic Government. Citadel Council. The Council is an executive committee composed of representatives from the Asari Republics, the Turian Hierarchy, and the Solarian Union. Though they have no official power over the independent governments of other species, the Council's decisions carry great weight throughout the galaxy. No single Council race is strong enough to defy the other two, and all have a vested interest in compromise and cooperation. Each of the Council species has general characteristics associated with the various aspects of governing the galaxy. The Asari are typically seen as diplomats and mediators. The Solarians gather intelligence and information. The Turians provide the bulk of the military and peacekeeping forces. Any species granted an embassy on the Citadel is considered an associate member, bound by the accords of the Citadel Conventions. Associate members may bring issues to the attention of the Council, though they have no input on the decision. The Human Systems Alliance became an associate member of the Citadel in 2165. Citadel Space. Citadel Space is an unofficial term referring to any region of space controlled by a species that acknowledges the authority of the Citadel Council. At first glance, it appears this territory encompasses most of the galaxy. In reality, however, less than 1% of the stars have been explored. Even Mass Effect FTL drive is slow relative to the volume of the galaxy. Empty space and systems without suitable drive discharge sites are barriers to exploration. Only the mass relays allow ships to jump hundreds of light years in an instant, the key to expanding across an otherwise impassable galaxy. Whenever a new relay is activated, the destination system is rapidly developed. From that hub, FTL drive is used to expand to nearby star clusters. The result is a number of densely developed clusters thinly spread across the vast expanse of space connected by the mass relay network. Let's see what's up next. Alliance News Network. Founded during the early decades of human space expansion, the Alliance News Network was originally a low-profile news organization known mostly for a series of exposés on the First Contact War. With a focus on galaxy-wide reporting, the ANN opened bureaus on planets across known space, winning a few awards for excellence and earning a multi-species audience. The Alliance News Network has never been funded by the Systems Alliance, despite what its name might imply. This led to regular confusion among those not in the know, although the network's recent high-profile sale to a media conglomerate made the ownership structure clearer. The new management has opted for a more sensational approach. This is particularly obvious from changes to its roster of reporters, with a few of the network's luminaries retiring or joining other news organizations. The network's increasingly lurid programming has gained wide attention as well as sorely needed ratings, all the proof that management needed to validate its course. Nonetheless, ANN insists that integrity and credibility are inviolable standards in the newsroom. Battlespace is among the ANN's highest-rated programs, known for a particularly titillating breed of reporting. Among the show's most noteworthy segments are Diana Aller's dispatches from the front lines. The network calls her reports gritty and realistic, but she's been criticized of her unabashed focus on the violence of war. Even critics of Aller's agree, however, that despite her often graphic visuals, the facts she reports are just that, facts. And we'll see. If there's too many organizations, I might split that up for later. What kind of FTL would this be considered, Chalk? Warp? Are you talking about in the context of Stellaris, or just in general? Because it seems to me that they're talking about the difference between the FTL travel in the form of Mass Effects and the FTL travel in the form of the engines. It seems that they have both. Okay. So I mean the specific kind that the specific kind is something that's no longer in the game. So you're right. Like I would kind of take the FTL from the FTL from like the earlier patches of Stellaris. The main FTL for the game, the one where you go between the different planet, like the not warp gates. I guess that would have been warp. I'd actually probably say in reality, the limitations that they're describing in the case, I think it depends on the perspective that you take. So from the perspective of humanity, I'd actually say that the Mass Effect relay is basically a hyperlane, because you have no you don't determine where it goes, right? You've got these fixed lines where you can move, and it's sort of up to you to try and make the most in terms of getting your resources where they need to go. On the other hand, if you are the creators of the Mass Effect travel, I can't remember. I don't think it was called wormhole travel, but there was a super powerful one where you would like build all of your stations and it would give you a certain radius that you could jump out to. And in that case, from the point of view of constructor, then you're there. Yeah. So like hyper, I would say hyperlane from the perspective of humanity, because humanity ultimately doesn't decide where it goes. But again, if you think carefully about it, the one where you actually build the warp stations seems more appropriate if you're taking it from the point of view of the people who are establishing. So, engineers. Cerberus combat engineers are specialized support units that assist primary forces while staying out of the line of fire. They wear lighter armor than the typical Cerberus combatant, using a modified mesh that allows greater mobility. Undercover and out of sight, engineers focus on setting up and maintaining turrets, as well as repairing mechanical units or armored allies. When confronted, they return fire only for as long as it takes them to find cover again and let frontline combat personnel take over. Although engineers are not particularly dangerous on their own, the Alliance specifically warns troops to remain alert for turrets, which can mow down an entire squad while the engineer escapes. All right, it looks like there's a lot here. So let's do, I'll do one of the planets and locations. Humans detected Aya as an Earth-type world via telemetry in 2165. After probe surveys indicated life, lush vegetation, ample fresh water, and breathable air, the Alliance upgraded the planet to a garden world colonization priority. Commanded by Captain Ronald Taylor, the crew of Alliance survey vessel Hugo Gernsback made planetfall on the jungle world in 2173. Soon after, ship transmissions inexplicably stopped. While the precise fate of the Hugo Gernsback command and crew is unknown, they are presumed killed in action and their vessel destroyed. And I am feeling very, very sleepy, so I'm going to have to leave it at that. I don't know. This is fun. I'm actually really glad to be back to Mass Effect, because it's. I have wanted to see number 3, and I'd actually wanted to do this game. Thank you very much for the follow, Strider Orens. I will say, guys. So for those of you who have maybe come along on raids and have decided not to follow, or for those who maybe are wondering where we're at with the cast. My usual thing has been sort of a different game each day of the week, just because of some of the obligations that I've had. That's probably going to be changing. Now, I can't make any promises for Friday, because I have been enjoying Rebel Galaxy Outlaw as well, and if I feel in the mood, I'm not opposed to it, especially because I've noticed on YouTube people really seem to like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. So I don't want to completely turn my back on that. But the shift is definitely going to be towards playing a game a little bit more regularly and playing it to completion. And so eventually I will try and be getting to a point where, it'd be a Wednesday and Friday game for sure. So if you like Mass Effect 3, you want to see more of it, I will be continuing on and trying to do it at a fair clip. I think it's fair to say that I've done, I definitely like talking about the game a lot. I like experiencing it, and I think being able to share what I think and being able to share sort of my first impressions with the audience is part of my job in terms of adding value. So as long as you're okay with that, we will definitely be doing more of it, and we'll be doing it soon. Although, like I said, what I'm doing on Friday is still up in the air. If not, if you just wanted something to watch for this evening and you don't want to carry on, that's fine too. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm going to take a quick minute here. I do need to exit out of the game, but I'd love it if you guys would stick around just so I can find somebody else to pass on the host to. I know my tendency to talk always. Oh, you know what? So there's a couple of people who are streaming. Now, this gentleman was kind enough to host me on Monday. So I'm going to shout out someone because this is actually a broadcaster that Apocalypse brought to my attention, and I think is a very good caster who's deserving of your attention. Rainbow Lightbright, who's currently playing a game called Bad North. Now, I'm not familiar with Bad North, but Rainbow Lightbright is a former mixer streamer, and again, somebody who Apocalypse hosted, and I really enjoyed watching. So I do encourage you guys, even if either if you go on the raid or if you don't go on the raid and are looking for somebody to check out, please do check out that broadcaster. I am, however, going to be raiding Ponce tonight. Ponce is currently doing Risk of Rain 2. So there's two reasons for it. Number one, I've known Ponce for a while. I met him in Vancouver. We've gone out for drinks. He's a really good guy. He used to do a lot of League of Legends. It's kind of where he cut his teeth and really established his broadcast, but he's been doing a little bit of everything lately. He does excellent Dark Souls streams. But he's also doing Risk of Rain 2, which is, of course, what Azure Wind has been playing, or at least played the last time I got a chance to watch him. So it also lines up with that host as well. Either way, whoever you decide to watch, I'd love it if you guys would come along for the raid just to show a little bit of support to Ponce. And I do encourage, even if you do decide to stick around with Ponce, do sure to make sure to give Rainbow Lightbright a follow, because I think she's a very talented caster, and I am looking forward to hosting her again. But I don't always get as many chances to host Ponce, particularly after what he gave me on Monday. So I'd love it if we could show him a little support. As for the rest of me, again, one more cast coming up on Friday, and I'm still trying to decide between Mass Effect and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I will put that on Twitter when I know. Monday we'll be back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. At the very latest next week, we'll be back to Mass Effect 3. But I don't know. I liked this, so I'm just as likely to return to Mass Effect. Anyways, I hope you guys have a good evening. Treat Ponce well, and we'll see you next time.